Alright, I'm here. It's too fucking hot. It is unreasonably warm. We are in a real cold deficient scenario. So yeah, I just went outside to like take take cat litter out and stuff, morning routine. Um and I'm pretty sure like the door is melting. Like I touched it on the frame and it was wet and it looked like part of the paint came off. I was like, oh, that's probably not normal. So, yeah, yeah. Agrees with Texas when I feel the heat. Yeah, Archimedes Shadow. It's crazy right now. Stay cool, stay cool wherever you guys are. Um, yeah, take no chances. Hydrate, dress appropriately, limit exposure where you can. But anyway, hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. It's Zukato, Shay, Arconia, Priz, Pico, New Mexican, Sinju, Doc, Roddy, Jester, Dave Bolin, um, Sen. Call your Hammerville legit, maybe too legit once he started would be ever be able to quit. It's interesting. It's a work in progress so far. I'm kind of messing around with things that I've put together from my hoarding. My hoarding paid off. I have a lot of shit that I didn't realize I did. So yeah, there is a Wondercast today. So I'll be like we'll be going over to watch the Wondercast. I'll put the link in chat as I end stream, but it starts right as I end, so it works out perfectly. How you doing, Cheeky? Jack? Is patch in time? Yeah, yeah, they do. They patch all over the place. Archimedes Shadow. Al. COVID's kicked my ass, hoping for no DLC today so I can fully enjoy with everyone else. I hope it passes you by sooner rather than later. Sorry to hear that it's got you right now. I think DLC today is unlikely. Remember, they said they'd give us Blight Caller info before we get it, and like, I don't think that means day of, so we're alright. I doubt it'd be day of. Hey Andrew, how you doing? What's up for Skill Tree? I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Like, part of me wants to see details about the class itself, like, rather than just footage of it doing things. But then the other part of me remembers that when people saw From the Shadows a month early, they started downplaying it. When people saw Graveborn Healing a month early, they started downplaying it. When people saw Spore Warden Tree, whenever we got that, they started going nuts over it. And it's like, well, we know how that worked out. So, I don't know. Maybe just like gameplay footage? I don't know. Try to justify your hoarding? You can't change me. I think my parse comments from yesterday came back to haunt me, so my entire morning so far, I can't speak properly, parsing a dataset because the person who sent it to me didn't bother. I now use the data to do my actual job. That sounds miserable. It also sounds like it's too early for that. Hey, Good Wolf, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You just being you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're not in Destiny, supposedly you're gonna be getting info about next season's new raid. That's cool. I did read something that caused me some sadness this morning. That the stated reason, apparently, for like the relative radio silence from Bungie on Destiny 2 updates is because they've been getting so many death threats that they just don't want to talk anymore. And, you know, proof that gamers, we gotta be better. We gotta be better. We just gotta be better people. It's as simple as that. Death threats over video games. Yep. Quick question to you. What's your opinion on a Snake Stick Bereaver Reaper Amnesia build? Would it work? Yeah, it sounds like it'd work. Sounds like it would work. Completely normal, reasonable actions. Right, like, how... I don't even know how the decision-making process for doing something that horrendous would work. And I don't want to know. It's just, it's shit. If you've ever participated in something like that, you're shit. Just, Bleh. Anyway, so we'll get, at the very least, hotfix and featured change today. So that will be the thing we're looking forward to. I assume a bunch of you guys will be there clicking refresh on the notes in an hour and a half or so. That's usually when they go up. And for my part, I will be playing this this new Clawbringer setup I've been working on. Spellblade Flicks, hopefully. So it's largely using some tech I've been enjoying on other melee builds, and yes, it's using the Spellblade, but we're throwing hammers, and we're also using the spell that's a hammer. It's hammer build. I'm doing what I have to throw hammers. Bye. Bye, Arconi. Hades community is full of outstanding people because everyone is down bad. Real. So, with this build, you run around throwing one hammer, and then when that one's on cooldown, you throw the other hammer. Don't mind my cough, I'm dying today. For some reason, right before stream, my allergies started going absolutely nuts. Getting hammered? We are. Hammer build on a class not called Hammer Zerker. That is kind of pain when you put it that way. Other multi-classes I considered for doing this, I've been thinking about Gloombringer with this, because then I could run a non-hammer spell and get some good spell casting while doing hammer throwing, and that sounds enjoyable. Thought about Hammer Zerker. It's just good formula, and also, you know, hammer in the name. But this multi-class combo, Clawstalker, continues to be one of my go-tos for melee because you get Clawbringer stuff, but you also get good old Alchemical Agent, my beloved. I think I've leaned more on Alchemical Agent than I've ever leaned on another skill. It's like up there. It's starting to get up there with Megavore, if you remember Flack. Yeah, it's that tier of incredibly useful. Hey OG Awesomeness, hope your morning's going well. Other than some allergies, it's going great. I hope yours is too. Love Struck Bow for Thralls on Gloombringer. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. Still remember the damn dance? Me too. Me too. So, as you can see, you can get Storm Dragon's Judgment to a point where it is able to mob. And it can even do some bossing work, you just need to do the work in debuffing. I have managed to single hammer throw a couple bosses, so that's neat. As usual, I'm not allowing myself Buffmeister because I feel that that's a little too silly. I am doing Spellblade Paradigm stuff right now, though. How's this game compared to Borderlands 2? That's gonna depend on what you, as an individual, like, Original Nova. I personally do not like... Moveface, that's toxic. I personally do not like Borderlands 2. It is not a game I enjoy. I don't think it's particularly well designed. The gameplay feels extremely dated. The quality of endgame content, for the most part, isn't what I want. So, I would say, personally, this game is way better. But that is based on what I like. You might have different preferences. If you like build crafting and dungeon crawling, those are the areas where this game really shines. So if you want like Diablo-style gameplay, but in a Borderlands sort of sandbox, then yeah, that's this game. And it continues the trend set by Borderlands 3 of giving players more and more gameplay options in their item use, in their build use. Whereas, say, in BL2, there's only a handful of guns people really used for the harder content. Well, in this game, you got a lot more choices. And the mixing and matching of character classes is quite fun. There's 6 classes, soon to be a 7th, whenever the 4th DLC comes out. And you can pick 2, so you can just kind of pick 2 playstyles you like and slap them together. The game does a lot of things I like. How's Snorsmite working on Clawbringer? It's okay, JP. It's in a position where, like most of the other things that are ability damage and don't have something else, the base damage is on the lower side. You can get it to kill in mobbing, but you're gonna need an extreme amount of gear and some very specific gear, in which case you could just invest less gear into something else and kill faster. But you can make it work. Ah, melee build's my favorite. Hey, Grumpy, how are you? Lesser of two evils? Yeah. Quiet on Alchemical Age, you're dating now, they're considered moving in together? Real. Morning, Jules. How are you? The best way to up the damage from Alchemical Agent, increasing your melee damage. Saw someone on Twitter last night complaining Wonderland is bad and they should have added Diablo style of activity to Borderlands franchises, and I was like, have you been to the Chaos Chamber? No, they haven't, because the people complaining haven't actually played. Always remember. Hey Amber, how are you? Might have said hi to you already. There you go, you get another one. Hey for that explanation, just deciding whether to get this game or not. I think that just made up my mind. Hey, I'm glad I could help either way. Bereaver, Reaper, Amnesia. I enjoy that combo. Amnesia is one of those armor pieces that I just have a hard time not slapping in a build because it's so useful. But this is one of those cases when I'm not using it. I think Storm Smite is cool, but getting it to work and kill enemies seems impossible. It's one of those things that does not hold up very well at high chaos tiers. After the buff, the second buff it's received, because it's been buffed twice, and with some of the gear that's been introduced in the game, you can make it work probably pretty reliably up until like the chaos 30s. Above that, you're gonna want it to just be sort of a secondary source of damage. It's not gonna be strong enough to kill anything at a decent speed, at least not tankier enemies. Spellblade mostly modifies Smithy's Rage? Yes, yes it does. Smithy's Ire? Anything that counts as melee damage, Spellblade will work on. Interestingly, this solves the issue of Smithy's Ire not getting spell damage despite being a spell, because it's melee. So, Spellblade is actually the only way to make Smithy's Ire scale up with spell bonuses. Which second class you recommend for Storm Smite? I'd recommend Berserker. This is a damage formula. And you get the cryo bonus element, which is more damage. And also you get just Berserker skills for increasing, such as the old ways. And you get good survivability with that as well. Many people play swap to PC and most of my old friends on PS4. Full crossplay. Original OVA.
Professor Quageye did the assignment on Spellblade that you assigned us a hem Spellblade Spellblade.
Yes, good wolf, Spellblade. Thank you so much for another 1,000 bits. I appreciate you. You're incredible. Thank you. But yeah, original full crossplay across all platforms for Wonderlands. So your PS4 friends can still play with you on PC. You can play together. Both Borderlands 3 and Tiny Tina's Wonderlands have full crossplay. And yeah, as Amber recommended, the official Discord has list of group channels if you want to expand your friend group of people to play with. Loot. Loot indeed. Armor's trying. Took a break from the game since new class comes out today. Time to play again. They've not said new class comes out today, brain farts. People keep running with that information. They have not announced that a single time. The only thing they've said that Blightcaller comes with DLC 4, and they said we will get Blightcaller news leading up to DLC 4. We have not gotten Blightcaller news. They have not said DLC 4 is today. They've not said it's next week. They've not told us when it is. So manage those expectations. Something that people often do is get it in their head that something comes out on a certain day and then get mad at the developers for not releasing it that day when it was never gonna come out on that day. So just keep that in mind. Morning, Alan Per. How are you? If you already did this morning, I'm sorry, a bit late. Very sad day, IRL. Oh, I hope your day gets better. I do class walkthrough? Yeah, I'll do it in the loot room, Foster. I hope your day gets better. Peak of gears and skills? Yeah, I'll do it in the loot room. We're gonna let's do a maker run. No, fuck it. Let's do a maker run. This is no elites, so it'll just be kind of comfy. Ancient Fury 4, the skill doesn't get area damage. Pain. Nope, that was a bad cast. I'm still figuring out which amulet I want to use on this build. There's cases for a few. I do like a build that has options. Nothing's really locked in here. I guess except for Spellblade Paradigm, but... Actually, that's not even true either. I want Tyrant's Truth. The original idea for this build was to do it with, the Tyrant's Truth. But, I have not gotten a single good one of those, so... More. I think I should do Theodore 4 on this character, just so it's in the pool. Maybe we do that today. Hammer Anvil for maximum hammer. It's not a bad idea. It certainly would be funny. Maybe for the thematic vibes. But then it'd also be like, hey, you should use a bonk hammer weapon. And then that loses the Spellblade. Meh. Skeep, Theurge, Protagonizer for hammer. So we're using the melee parts of Stormdragon's Judgment. Protagonizer wouldn't help, and Protagonizer would also lock us into investing into the attunement stat, which is not something that's worthwhile. Skeep is an option, but I'm kind of preferring, where's the thing? I don't know this location, actually. Oh, you're over there. Hang on. It bothers me that that moves. I guess you chose over here this time. There's two different locations it has you go. What was I saying? Theurge is good, because it gives us spell damage when our hammer's on cooldown. And Slip and Stun is really good for movement speed. It's also always lightning, so one less part for us to worry about. Part variance we like. There's also a good case for Harbinger. We're activating our action skill so frequently, that's just a lot of effective survivability due to getting wards all the time. Also, we do the bonk throw today. Absolutely. Build flavor over build efficiency. But, like, what if you could have both? What if you could just have both? Tootherator for some cross bolts. Do that. Throw the hammer. Cast the other hammer. And there we go. Here's the chaos that's going on in the near community. I've been enjoying it as an outsider. They found a room that you couldn't, that no one knew you could get into or something, right? Is that what it was, Amber? Drill who failed to catch the hammer. Real. This phase is a little awkward because of those resists. But we can apply good enough dots that it's fine. Good shield throws a hammer. Be awesome for your build. We talked about that a little bit, JP. I'm thinking about it. It would be thematically good, but like body rune is just so good. Hard to pass up levels of good, you know? Just slightly too slow. Basically, someone showed a video going to a room that does not exist in the game, getting a full cutscene and boss, which is insane, and the modding community for that game hasn't been able to do that yet. Is it real? It's either real secret, it's only the 1.0 Canadian version of the game, a hoax, it's a huge leap forward for modding, or a troll by the devs to announce a new game. Yeah, I could see that causing some chaos. Interesting. How would you go for Clawbringer if you don't have Alchemical? Just realized from earlier. That's the tough thing. It would shift to a focus on spellcasting. The hammer throwing would be doing like a lot less because no Alchemical agent. But the spellcasting would do more, and I would have to switch spells to like a laser hand or an inflammation. So that's why it's something I want to like try out. We would also get better survivability because Sanguine Sacrament. So I would be able to play a little more aggressively if I wanted to. Any builds are maximizing uptime of the ring that boosts 66% when shield's full? No, because there are no builds that can feasibly do that without losing more important things. It's like, you take one single point of damage, that turns off. One single point. There's not that many ways to keep a completely full ward. Even ward heavy builds and builds with a lot of ward regeneration. 100% is a big ask. Hey Side Effect, how you doing? Last DLC coming to this HOTFIX was a different week. They have not announced when it is. We don't know. We know that DLCs require patches. We tend to get a patch a month. Tend to. But it's very likely to not be this week. Thanks, Indomitable. I guess that projectile's a little too slow. We learned something today. I'm stuck in the boss. We learned another thing today. New build? Yeah. I wanted to throw hammers, so we're throwing hammers. Oh, that's not the right gun. I hate this bug. So, something to be very careful when using Storm Dragon's Judgment, and this is a consistent bug, which is arguably the worst kind. If you activate your action skill while swapping weapons, it is considered as active and you cannot recall it. So you just kind of don't have an action skill anymore for a bit. So if you're doing as much weapon juggling as I am in this setup, it gets you often. I've had much better bunny kills. We'll do that better the next run. Scuffed. Also use the hammer throwing shield. You're the fourth person to bring it up, Grumpy. Stab Magic did some work. It's entirely on the Spellblade. Sure is. Bye, Bark. Still, I probably lurk on the side. Nothing to apologize about. Foreshotting Bark. Spellblade moment.
Yo dog, I heard there was a shield that throws hammers.
God damn it. Thank you for the 500 bits, Envoy. You're toxic. For the build after? Yes. Yes, I can. Any flag tips? Only when I'm playing BO3. No idea what to do with them. Use the flag community builds document. I maintain that. A lot of the stuff in there is from my own work. So anything you see in there, treat it as if it was coming from me. Because a lot of it did. Not all of it. It was a combined work of a lot of people over a couple years. I should save some sniper ammo for Maker. God damn it, Blue. I'm not gonna have launcher ammo either at this rate. Oops, awkward. I had a much faster kill, but I must have hit the crit spot with the hammer, which is difficult to do. That was a decent hit. Situations like this do make me curious about Diamond Guard Sword. Like, continuing to use a Paradigm, but Diamond Guard Sword converting to Cryo for the better elemental matchup. Probably wouldn't win out over Spellblade, almost definitely wouldn't, but it's a curiosity, a passing one. Maker time. I almost want to put Sniper mag size on this build, so that my Tooth Raider doesn't put me in this position. Morning, Milk Lizard. How you doing? We hit bunnies, apparently. To me, it has been channel's feature just not work. I had to re-add this one about 3 times now. I was reading on Twitter that it's not working for some people. Yeah. I haven't tried to use it yet. An extender run's still optimal to elite every room? Yes. Yes. Ouch. I think we got healing. So considering how fast the hammer throw kills these, I should really just do this. Like, actually, yeah, that's so much faster. Doing the actual fight mechanics. Wild. Hey Viper, how you doing? Favorite snack to take the movies is you. Do you do anything Friday night? Am I doing anything Friday night? I actually don't know the answer to that. I'm gonna respond with a question mark. That's a good question. Ouch.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
What do you mean 20? Okay, so probably optimal while we're still gearing this build out to avoid Maker and Gloop for a bit. This Bunny and Bark are just way faster. Especially Bark. Bark was 4 shots. Cool. So no news. They've not announced anything yet, Brexton. Melee weapon is this? You know what melee weapon it is, Viper. You know what melee weapon this is. Pet the pet, Kevin. Wake up and be pet. He looked at my hand, was like, no. You're a claw stalker, I hope so, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna crush your dreams real quick. Spellblade's still better. Whatever else you're using, if you have spell damage, Spellblade is better. Doesn't matter what class you are. Ooh. Okay, this smart armor's really trying. It's actually really trying. So, 3 Nimble Fingers, 2 Arsenal, plus spell damage down there is a lot of spell damage. And then you've got spell crit chance to slightly offset smart armor. It's good enough that I'll actually take that. Yeah, a smart armor good enough to pick up. Wild. Fix a lot of the bugs and then teleporting between bosses. Me and my friend stopped doing the raid boss, quick getting shot under the map. I've never been shot under the map, Soggy Briskets. Yesterday I did have to reset one run because it just failed to ever teleport me. But the progression bugs between raid bosses are infrequent. They've the Bark and Steam, not the Bark and Steam one, the Bunny Tog one, they've addressed at least once. So Goblin's Bane, Storm Dragon Judgment, maybe. Imagine if an auto-tracking hammer just flew out of your ward, Maker would be easy. You know, Maker doesn't damage your ward. And you have to... Okay. Got any info about Tails 2? Haven't gotten that question in a while. No, usual suspect. We've not. Mission rewards drop in Chaos tiers? Yes, Maxwell produced. Any item in the game can be any Chaos tier, as long as you have that Chaos tier unlocked on that character and you're on the appropriate difficulty. So, you can even get Moon Orbs as Ascended. Any item. Any item. For this build specifically, wouldn't the Bad Egg be better than Body Rune Mace Wardu? How do you propose that I keep the Bad Egg broken? I'm a Claw Stalker. I don't have a lot of tank, so taking that damage to break my ward, how am I living? Yeah, so Spellblade, Hammer Throw Enchant, Warrior, This one happens to be dark magic. I think that's the higher crit chance roll, so cool. That's nice. I guess for this you want to look for higher crit chance. A really gross purple ring that I got. Ascended purple. Spell damage, melee crit chance, melee crit damage. Only 2 passives, but I don't think I can complain about this. I really don't think I can. Thumb cuffs, volatile, spell damage, melee crit chance, melee crit damage. Middle of the road, but good stats, so. Body rune with desperate enchant for healing. Remember, Clawstalker does not have any. Theurge is one of the options considered here. Slip and Stun and Harbinger both have strong cases for this setup. This is just what I have. I was going for lightning damage, Clawbringer power, and decent damage passives, so ended up with this. Smithy's Ire, this is the best one I have. It's not a very good one. You could get spell damage parts on one, you get extra projectiles. Could be a lot better. This is just what I have. And then this kind of gross paradigm with 3 nimble fingers, 2 awe. And then area damage, melee crit chance, health regen, converting spell damage. 3 nimble fingers is nice here because spell damage. Paradigm is gross. Hero points wise, max crit damage, max status damage, remainder in crit chance. Now I could go Constitution here, and I probably would if I was running Harbinger. But I put it in Dex anyway. Storm Dragon's Judgment is nice here because it is the entire point of this build, but you can get, depending on your positioning, you can get 3 melee hits out of it. And that's why crit chance is so important. We want as many of those to crit as possible. You see we have a resting crit chance of 52.8 without awe enabled. And Alchemical Agent comes out of that. Our spell is fire and our hammer throw is lightning, so we always have full awe as long as we're paying attention. And Indomitable is there instead of the 5th point in awe because survivability is necessary. Gear-wise, Stab-O-Matic for emergencies, Tooth-Orator for applying crossbolts, Delusion for applying soaked. We hold a Rapscallion for the melee bonus, also for this neat enchant for an extra spell projectile. Spellblade, hammer throw enchant. Yeah. That's it. That's what we're doing. Let's roll armors. How you doing, Simple Rick? JC, hope you're both well. Rebuke just for the damage reduction. Oh, yeah, it's just for a small amount more tankiness. Like, Radiance is good, but with a body rune, keep in mind your recharge rate and delay are terrible, so eventually Radiance stops being helpful, whereas Rebuke will be active the whole way. So it's just a question of which of these skills that isn't overly impactful do you want. Cooldown doesn't do much for Storm Dragon's Judgment because it's already so short. Blasphemous Favor doesn't really do much at all. And I don't care about how much damage my Wyvern does, so Friend of Flame isn't impactful. So it's like the least detrimental, I guess, out of these. It's not a good use of skill points. But yeah. Rebuke does not trigger Irish. Also, both my gun and my action skill are lightning damage, so I don't have trouble keeping that one up. What's your Wyvern nickname you have to choose? Oh, I didn't name this one, did I? Alright, chat, name my Wyvern. What are we doing? It is up to you. Decide amongst yourselves. Fred? Fred's a good name. I always eat my movie snacks during the trailer, so I have nothing for the movie. I feel so seen, Kirk. I feel so seen. I usually eat half during the trailer and then have to force myself to stop. My drink lasts the whole movie, though. Go-to movie drink, and I'll fight anyone on this. Frozen Coke. It's the best. Actual best. Hey, Tenor, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Clever message. Very clever. Floppy butt. Hey, Rune, how you doing? Frank, Chad, Frank, can't touch this. Hate boner. Toothless. Good reference. Pimento. Frank Sinatra Wyvern. Scuttle Butticus. Fire Friend. I don't have movie drink snacks because then I need to pee and I missed the movie I paid for. See, I have a tiny bladder, but I just force myself to, like, hold it and die a little.
Insert clever message here.
Very clever. Thank you, text-to-speech. Wyvern. Name of the Wyvern, Kev Out. That's good. It's like Kevin, Kev Out. Smitty. Morbvern. Hammer time? It is hammer time, then. We are throwing hammer, and we are casting hammer. You're using Chad Hammer already proven this build. Hammern. That's good. I saw a lot of people saying Frank, and I saw some saying Chad. I'm thinking Chad. Are you guys okay with naming the Wyvern Chad? Chad lead. Chad please. How about Chaff? What? That image is trying. Hang on. 3 in Blast Gasp. Plus area damage. All damage. Sure. Three in Contagion on this Stormclaw. That's interesting. I'm actually gonna pick that up. Where is it? Oh, my bag's full. Shit. 2 total items and my bag's full. Imelda, get out. Name him a bee, but he's a bird. Name him Raccoon. Can I rename my Wyvern? Question mark? Well, I guess I'm not renaming it. Because I fucking can't. Wyvern no longer exists, name of Houdini. Hey Portal Knight, how you doing? Debated the whole time, give me back my name ideas. It's okay, I was farming names for future use. It was all part of the plan. There are no bugs, only backup plans. Do barrel kills steal crystal the same as nasty spell kills? That's a good question. I don't actually know. I do not know the answer to that. I'll keep an eye out next time I see an enemy next to a barrel. There's no spoon, there's no nickname, there's no game. Real. I need to reload my fucking guns. Because bugs don't exist? Exactly. Content creators just make them up. Doesn't know the answer what? Sometimes I don't know things. That's part of the fun for me. I get back into Wonderlands to release a new class. That's cool. Catch these laser hands. I have a laser hand in my bag. Because I was messing around with it. Yeah, laser hand and inflammation were ones I was trying. But Smithy's Ire made the most sense because melee. And it's also thematic. For a job interview yesterday, can't wait to leave my current job. Let's go. Making big moves, good for you. Laserhand sounds like a dope band. Yeah, I would listen. I would listen. Ability area with 1 Ascension, 2 Mortal Vessel. This was trying to be like a good Dire Sacrifice one. Shame it's no Chaos tier, those Blood Frenzy points don't help it, and the companion crit chance is useless, but like, it was trying. It was trying. Salute the effort. What should I have for breakfast? You a fan of eggs? Got a gun that does melee, a gun that does spell, a spell that does melee. Do you have a spell that does gun? Not directly, no. Nice contagion. Devs please add. Right now eggs are winning with 2 votes. Some nice eggs, sunny side up, some toast. That's good eating. See, this is why, look at my ward bar right now. Going back to what I said about, the downside of body rune before. It takes so long to recharge it. Like, Hey, Pup T, how are you today? How much is gas we're at? I have no idea, actually. I don't drive, so I don't pay, like, week-to-week attention. No idea. Horrific? Oh. My allergies kind of suck today. Other than that, I'm having a decent day. I'm sorry yours isn't going well. Let me or others know if there's anything that can be done to improve it. I'll fight someone. I'll do it. If it's body pain stuff, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to fight you, but I will fight. See, I got distracted by the idea of a fight. Got the new car? Let's go, Viper. Let's go. I almost had any problems with subbing, trying to do my prime and ain't working. You're already subbed right now, Simple Rick. That would probably be why. Hi, Fan. How are you? Eggs are had. Be eating spoonfuls of hot salsa and mouthfuls of lemon or lime juice while they cook. What? 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 Start asking the real questions. What makes Barbara Barbara? Barbaload. Also, in BL3, we did this thing for a bit where we just named builds after, like, human names. So there was Anthony, we had Nathan, we had Emily. Emily was a fun build. You have Jessica? Did we have a Jessica? Glenny would know that. I don't remember if we had a Jessica or not. Was Natalie? We had a Natalie build? I feel like I would remember that. Oh, was Emily? It was a Moe's build. Emily was a cryo Moe's thing. Moe's doing Moe's things is pretty Chad. There was a Chad? I don't know if we made a Chad, but like, there were Chad strats. Sen channeling Rabbit. I would mix them all together. Sen, that's one of the times where Rabbit wouldn't necessarily be wrong to do so. Because like, salsa and citrus isn't really a bad combo. And that on eggs is slightly unconventional, but I wouldn't call it weird. the weird shit is eating it separately. That's like, but why though? Thanks to either health stuff or because I took medication twice yesterday because I forgot. I can't remember if I did or not. Sorry though about your allergies. Hoping to ease up through the day and hopefully nobody mows their lawn. Yeah, I think it's hot enough that people don't want to be outside, so I think I'm safe on the lawn mowing thing. It's hot enough that I'm pretty sure my front door is melting, or at least partially, because I went and I touched the frame on my way out this morning, and like my hand came away wet with what seemed to be paint or plastic or something. Point is, some of the door came off on my hand. So like, Walls do that in the shower room. It's painted red, so you touch the wall, you have red on your hands. Sounds like it'd be great for a music video. Is rack spell killing things? You want rack stab, Viper? I haven't tried the rack spell out in quite a while. But now you've got me wanting to. You're the only streamer who uses my Prime on. I'll really come on Twitch to watch you. I appreciate that, Simple Rick. That means a lot to me. How many enemies were there on the spot? What do you mean? Kind of reminds me of that cursed GA Tendava nonsense. Nah, that wasn't cursed. That was Smort. It was Big Smort. This is not the rack spell? No, this is Smithy's Ire. This is a hammer. Or mediocre, I should still have the screen rose up, but Tendava wasn't mediocre. The hammer round was over? Oh, yeah. Hammer's strong. Crohn's treatment's going really well, by the way. Having some bad side effects. The results are amazing. Doctor said I only have to cover the treatment once every 2 months instead of one. Hey, that's big progress. Good shit, Amber. That's big progress. Aw, we almost one-hammered him. Almost. I think Drill's related to Squidward. Why? Because they're both handsome? What that tail do, big boy? Hmm. Spellblade. 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 Great bow goes melee bolts? No. I'm not shooting a great bow. This is a Tootherator. Tootherator. Same gun model? Similar. Not the same. But with the lighting, yeah, I can see the similarities. Reload your guns. Thank you. Urban Mech's a good influence. You get Tooth Raider, Tooth Fairy Quest. Gotta go do work now, bye. Take it easy, Viper. Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you. The Tooth Fairy Quest in Weep Wild Dankness. Didn't have as much damage this time, because I messed up a little bit. That's okay. Ow. Rude bark. Oh yeah, Spellblade can't actually do that. Not enough range. Hey newbie, how are you today? Well, logic you're related to Squidward and Drill, which makes you beloved by people of all ages, simultaneously hated by a group of people who play games that are around 13-year-old, the same child, pretty offensive there, yes. I'm okay with that description. The being hated part. Ouch. Start my first real playthrough of KOTOR today. Let's go. So KOTOR 1 is good, but then KOTOR 2, with the restored content, is transcendently good. Best Star Wars story ever told. Objectively. Why is Hammer so satisfying to throw? I think it's a combination of the sound design and just the weight of the animation. Like, look at this and listen to it. Ready? Take it in. The sound design does a lot for me. KOTOR gameplay is rough to figure out. The game's 19 years old, so yeah. Wow, I'm fucking old. What? Anyways, I have to go organize a few things so I don't forget. Take care of people on the internet. Have a good one, Sora. Do the thing. I wish you success in the thing. Hammer's the reason why you spawn a lot of builds. Yeah. Share Paradigm and... again? Alright, I did twice, but yeah, here it is. I think other armors work with the spec. Next best would be like Amnesia or Tyrant's Truth, but there would be a very large gap. Be a very large gap. This build is functioning because of spell damage shenanigans. Gotta know your 3rd edition D&D Star Wars mechanics. Talk about sound design. I'd play Spore more if I played the Angles had a sound hue on Proximate, which is called. That could get really annoying, but yeah, I think that would be good. Got that time, thank you. Yeah, I lucked out with my particular one, because more points in Nimble Fingers is good. Because spell damage. Will enchantments on weapons activate if you're not holding the weapon? No. So, for melee weapons, wards, and spells, as long as you meet the conditions, regardless of what weapon you're holding, they'll activate. But for guns, only the one you're holding will be able to activate. Morning, Zank. How you doing? Amalgam? Amalgam wouldn't do much here. Because the reason why Paradigm's so good is melee ability increased by 35% of your spell. Nimble Fingers is giving me 48%. And then I have 26. And then I have 19 times, 1.33, whatever that works out to. And then I have 20 for Myth Rank. And when my action skill's on cooldown, I have another 30. So I'm in the hundreds of spell damage. Not nearly what a Spell Shot or Graveborn would have, but I have a decent amount from my gear. And then because I'm using a Spellblade to turn that spell damage into conditional damage for my melee, that's more incentive to just go all in on spell damage. I may as well get the next biggest benefit from using spell damage and just turn it into melee. Which is another stat that boosts what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is melee. And you know what neither of these skill trees is doing for me beyond one single point of arsenal that I put there for a meme just to piss off Sen? I don't have melee damage in this build. I do not have melee damage. Except for Myth Rank. So, Paradigm does that. What's your loot look at? Same as everyone else at C50 without the ward and amulet, 50,000. You have 3%. I have 3% from Arsenal, and then I have 20 from Myth Rank. Yeah. So 23 before Paradigm. Great, how are you? Think 2K post any hotfix for one of us? I think we'll get a hotfix. I hope we get Blight Caller info. Note that there is a Wondercast today. And our boy Lazy is going to be a guest on the show. So we can go pretend like Lazy is responsible for releasing Blight Caller info, and we can bug him about it. That'll happen at 2 p.m. Eastern. So when I end stream, we'll just head right over there. That'll be on the, I believe it'll be on the Borderlands Twitch channel. Ascended Deathless with bad everything. There's nothing good about this. That's painful. Blighted data. Blight data. Lazy Caller. Armor farming's pain? Yeah. Yeah. One point does this job piss me off. Not as much as if it was in Swift Death. You're gonna hate that it's more optimal than anything else available here. Like, think about it. I could go follow-up for 20% conditional, but I'm using a Spellblade. Sneak attack is still worse. Because I'm using a paradigm. One-point arsenal being optimal. A lot of new class passes would be dope for Clawby or a new cast zone, option to change the element of reaction skills. You can use Diamond Guard Sword to do that for Storm Dragon's Judgment and Cleansing Flames, actually. Locks you out of Spellblade, but you can use Diamond Guard Sword for that. Armor, you say is better in a Ghostblade build. Purple with 3 and Awe and 25% all damage. Or an Amalgam with Stab of Power, or melee damage and all damage. Both pieces are primordial. So Stab of Power is just flat out a damage multiplier to Ghostblade. That's gonna be big. If that Awe armor doesn't have secondary Stab of Power, it loses. If it does, it wins. I should mention my other source of melee damage is my warrior hilt. That's like my biggest one right now. So, thinking about armors for this, Amnesia would definitely be the damage winner, assuming I had, you know, like, better rolls on the various stuff I'm using right now. But the problem is, Amnesia on Clawstalker is like, how do you sustain this? That would really push you towards Harbinger. Which, you know, would make it sustainable, but then the question is, how do we consistently turn on Amnesia without dying? Have to take a lot of hits whenever possible. Secondary Stabbo? Yeah, then the Awe one will win there. Okay, that's pretty good. That's really good, actually. I don't know why I just ground slammed there. My BL3 instinct kicked back in momentarily. Or ground slamming would actually, like, kill those enemies. How's the claw build? It's going well, Blizzard. We're doing lots of hammers. We got the hammer throw and the hammer spell, and we're doing some good damage. Extra points in Awe is that impactful? Awe is both a damage increase and a consistency increase. Remember, crit chance on its own, in a vacuum, is simply consistency for your damage. But crit chance in the context of Alchemical Agent, well, that's access to one of your biggest damage tools. Now keep in mind that global crit chance, such as from Awe, will also increase the crit chance of dots. So you get another layer of value out of that. And Awe is not just crit chance, it is also shrine crit damage. So it is the most impactful non-shrine crit boost that you can get in a build, on top of being really good crit chance. I think that is absolutely worth having secondary stab up power instead of primary stab up power, because you don't lose all of it. Just some of it. If I have more attached alchemical agent, that's Scalawag. Alchemical agent, because I'm holding a Rapscallion, not a Scalawag right now, so. I think with new class, update the way you can do endgame content. Maybe skip the story swords. Maybe. Maybe. I doubt they'll really want people to skip the story, though. Something that was kind of stealthily dropped in an interview by one of the writers is that we're also getting a new character voice type with Blight Caller. So, like, I imagine they want people to listen to that because they paid for it. They probably want you to do a playthrough. But you always have the option of just changing your character's second class into Blight Caller from your existing characters. Appreciate it, you're saying? Nah, but happy to help. Hey Fleece. I was already been around for a while, glad to be back. What have you been up to? We've just been meleeing in various flavors through the Wonderlands. We got a Clawbringer build with hammers. Lots of melee hammers today. It's fun. Any con season cleansing flames or Storm Dragon Judgment? Yeah, everything. Soggy briskets. Literally everything about Cleansing Flames is worse than Storm Dragon's Judgment. It is less damage, it is less instances of damage, it is a longer cooldown, it has shittier hitboxes, more unfavorable element, it's got a forced damage division, so like the melee hit and then the Nova, whereas with Storm Dragon's Judgment, I can just throw it for the melee part and recall it. I don't get the ability part at all, but I get a better cooldown through that. There is literally nothing that Cleansing Flames does that Storm Dragon's Judgment just doesn't do better. I'll use it very briefly to showcase how the damage is just non-existent. Let me stack up my warrior hilt first. So with that level of investment, I can just barely kill basic goblins. Now look at my cooldown. Let's see how it does on this elite over here. Hey, it actually killed him. That must have been a crit. Cleansing Flames is really trying because it's being looked at right now. But the point is, it's way worse than Storm Dragon's Judgment. It's way worse. It's looking okay? Yeah, for the moment. But keep in mind, Moveface, we can make anything look okay melee-wise with this. Not a bad showing, though, I must say. Making me eat my words just a little bit. He's into heal and revive my teammates, get it now, it's not as good. So that would be the best use case of Cleansing Flames, in my opinion. Briskets. That revive enchant. Decent team utility. Blizzard only elite boss run go. Did you miss the part where I said Spellblade? Spellblade doesn't... That's not a Spellblade thing, Moveface. None secret bosses any upsides besides just doing it. Each of them has a dedicated drop, and they all drop a large amount of crystals, which you spend in the loot room for more loot. So it is simply more loot of your choice on top of each of them having a drop. Yes, their drops are available in the world drop pool, but that does not mean that they do not also drop the item. Notes are up. Cool. Let's go through these together. Version 1.0.4.0 F point ratio. Crystals events ongoing for another week. new featured run. This has Dragon Lord and Zomboss, King, and Gonk. So we got an extended featured. A 2-boss one, which is cool. With the Crystal event. Ooh, this could be really good for crystal farming. Sen, if you're here, we might want to root this one. That's good. Berserker's Dreadwind skill would occasionally not be stopped if the Fate Maker tried to cancel the skill multiple times. That's actually annoying. I didn't know that was a bug. So maybe Dreadwind will be cancelable faster. We'll play Dreadwind today. Identified a reported issue where multiple bosses were sometimes doing dramatically more damage from Chaos 1+. I don't think that's true. This issue combined with Chaos Chamber scaling modifiers would result in Fate Makers taking more damage than intended. We've addressed this by having the damage scaling modifiers of all major bosses, not including DLC. I have thoughts, but I'll share once we're done reading this. This change should make early Chaos levels much easier. In addition, Fate Makers on higher Chaos levels should no longer find themselves down during combat as often. Damage reduction stats should be significantly more effective. Okay, so this is why I always preach about the importance of accurate feedback, because there's a lot of mob feedback saying, oh, change this, change this, change this. But, you know, here's what didn't change here. And I'll pinpoint that as an explanation of why this set of changes isn't good. Chat, who is the worst boss in this entire game? Who is the worst boss in this entire game? Imelda. All major bosses, not including DLC. So not only are her hitboxes still shit, but, you know, she's not doing any less damage. In terms of major bosses in the base game that did too much damage, the only one I could really see an argument for is Wastard. Because if Drill hits you, you weren't paying attention. If Nightmare hits you, you weren't paying attention. If Banshee hits you, you weren't paying attention. Dragon Lord hits you, you weren't paying attention. I guess Zomboss could do less damage, but Zomboss and Lechance are memes. So bosses doing less damage will not stop this wave of complaints, I promise you. Either people who didn't actually have the problem will have the placebo effect and they will be satisfied by the illusion of a change, or people will continue to complain because their build is still the problem. Now, this bit down here. In addition, Fate Makers on higher Chaos levels should no longer find themselves down during combat as often. Damage reduction stats should be significantly more effective. This implies to me that maybe they did some fiddling with the damage reduction formulas, which could be crazy. That's going to be something that the community is going to have to dig into. Again, most enemies did not do too much damage. They didn't. Very few did this always health gating thing that people talked about. It's like trolls, the goblins that have like the blunderbuss, those two, and then Wastard. That's pretty much it. Those are the only enemies in this game that actually hit hard. Even Barkenstein is tankable, by the way. So I'm curious to see what this bit means in practice. Only touch bosses? That's what it seems like, but this little sentence here means they might have touched other things. But, so, remember, when I'm talking about how poor feedback can affect change implementation, this is an example of that. Because it's not gonna help. At least not in a serious manner. The laser evil curse crabs are the only normal mob I thought was a bit much at times in an elite room. Few things with that though, Pinky. It's an elite room. Ah, there we go. There's Cleansing Flames being terrible. And additionally, you can line of sight that laser. That's like the intended way of dodging it. It's not an attack that doesn't have counterplay. I think attacks that don't have any real counterplay are the ones that shouldn't hit that hard. Ones that are easily telegraphed, such as Drill's entire moveset. You know, those. I'm fine with those hitting hard, because if you get hit, it's your fault. Now, it's not always easy to dodge the beam from the Evil Eye Crabs. Like, let's say it got you... Let's say it was right here, and you're just hanging out here and there's no cover. Yeah, it's gonna take you down. So, that's fair. I still don't think it was too much, though, because I don't mind having an enemy that's actually threatening. It's like a high priority target in a mobbing room. That could be my personal preference, but... Why not just DLC bosses? I don't know what that is. I don't know why they're so hesitant to change DLC bosses, but I hope that eventually we get a pass just for them, balance-wise. I think boss damage scaling is an issue, not the biggest issue I have is recovery rate of Wastard Shield. Don't mind the mechanic rate it recovers the biggest pain for me. That's a build check, Gator Paul. That is not something that needs to change. It is not... It is a build check. That is the game telling you to develop a bossing strategy, acquire a bossing weapon, or match elements better. It is one of exactly 2 boss fights in the entire game that does not give you infinite time with low DPS. If your DPS is low, it puts you on a time frame. And I think that's necessary for endgame content. But there's also hard counters to Wastard's Bird, such as any Stoker Underbarrel, any Furior Chuck, and then you also have the fact that it does not have a lot of health. So if the shield's regenning too fast, you need to kill the bird faster. That is the mechanic. I spec Firebolt, by the way, because it gives the Wyvern an attack. And the Wyvern having that extra fire attack means it's better at triggering the fire part of Awe. Buffmaster damage reduction. Shag, I hate that that's a viable solution because definitely some crowd overlap there. I hate that. Suck at Gas 44 because of Wastard, believes mostly because I need better guns. Yeah. Only Wastard and Drill provide DPS checks in this game. Even the raid bosses don't have DPS checks of the same variety. Let me explain what I mean by that. So, Wastard's Bird. The way it works is, as long as that bird is alive, it's constantly restoring his wards. And it can act independently of him, it's just going to be there doing that while he's doing his thing. So if he's not locked in another animation, then he's attacking you while the bird's there. So the bird becomes the priority target. Until you deal with it, his ward's just going to keep going up. So you either need the damage to phase him before he ever spawns one, or you need the damage to kill the bird fast enough that it does not equal to a net gain of his ward versus what damage you did to him before he spawns another one. Or you need a specific counter to the bird that renders the entire mechanic inert. So it's a boss mechanic that you need to interact with, which is something that Lands players have had the luxury of going about 13 years without. No longer. Wonderlands is different. Didn't know Wastard had a bird? That's because you had the DPS to not ever see the mechanic. That's one of the ways you get around it. How do you feel about Wastard only being able to summon bird twice in a row? And pass it easily no matter what now. You just get very frustrated if you spam 4 times in a row. I wouldn't really care, and it wouldn't change anything. Because the mechanic would still be serving its purpose. Like, if you are able to take out the bird fast enough to clear the fight, it doesn't matter whether he spawns it once, it doesn't matter if he spawns it 7 times, because you have the same strategy to take out the bird. And remember, while he's spawning the bird, he isn't doing anything else. That animation locks it. He can only either attack you, or spawn a bird, or run. Those are the only things Blaster does. So while he's doing one, he's not doing the others. Name does check out. I'd like to see a buff to ability damage in general. Maybe some action skill scaling with ability damage as well. I think ability damage... So there's a lot of things that happen to be ability damage that are underwhelming in this game, such as Cleansing Flames Nova, Blasphemous Favor, Storm Smite, then you have Dire Sacrifice, you have Feral Surge, you have Barrage, you have Blizzard, Dark Hydras. All of those are on the more underwhelming side in terms of damage. The exceptions to the ability damage not being good thing are Dreadwind, but that's because it gets ability as a secondary scaling. Play the Angles, but it's a double dip. Blast Chill, it's a double dip. Spore Fuse is a double dip. Blast Gasp is a double dip. So those 5 things are fine, but everything else that's ability damage is just kind of not. Does that mean I want a buff to ability damage itself? No, because that would buff some of the strongest things in the game. Those 5 things in particular. But do I think that a lot of things that happen to be ability damage could stand to go up? Yes. Yes, I do. The one that's really disappointing is Dire Sack. When's the last time you used Feral Surge to affect an endgame? Or Blizzard, or Barrage. Or any of the other things I listed. The problem goes farther than Dire Sack. And Dire Sack is one of the ones that you can make effective in mobbing. It will never be a good bossing tool in its current state, but you can make it effective in mobbing with heavy investment in a very specific multi-class. Oh, Blast Shield doesn't double dip on ability damage. I didn't say it double dipped ability damage, I said it double dips. It is an instance of damage that is based in part off of a previous instance of damage. Double dips. Sin argues Storm Smite and Blasphemous are 2 of the coolest in the game visually and effect-wise. Sadly, ability damage. Yeah. Those could stand to get some more love. Tried for a Dire Sack build for a while, never seemed to get it just right. It takes a lot of investment to get up and running, and you can get it to a point where you can mob with it, and you're very tanky, but bossing, you need something else. Dire Sacrifice, wait for it to cool down, switch to Feral Surge, try and thwack. So hoping for a buff to Barrage, give it more damage, reduce the cooldown, something more than enchant proccing tool. I agree, Blue Techno Mushroom. Because currently, as it stands, Barrage has one of the worst action skill cooldowns in the game. Whether you're aware or not, Barrage has a slower cooldown than Cleansing Flames. It has more charges, but the cooldown is slower. It is not a stretch to say Spore Warden has the worst action skills of any class in this game. Not this is necessarily the only issue, but the ones that are underwhelming are the ones that can't scale their base damage with Chaos Tier. That is definitely connected, Cyclops and Bottle. Something we had as a mechanic in Borderlands 3 after the Mayhem 2.0 update, which is what gave enemies at endgame a lot more health and necessitated this, is scaling based on what Chaos level, Mayhem level you were on. Implementing something like that for the likes of Cleansing Flames and Dire Sack and stuff would help. But they'd have to be very specific in what they applied it to, because there's action skills that don't need it. Like, for example, if you gave that multiplier to Ghostblade, fucking why? Why? But yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. Morning, Jedi Monkey. Hope you're well today. I'm satisfied with these hammer chunks. Just you know, lightning on the lightning resistant boss. Going pretty okay. We just need to apply a good dot. That's the big thing. Ah, just barely missed it. So I want that sound key for play the angles. That would be nice. I would be on board with that. Thanks, Indomitable. AR buff 1. I'd like to see a few categories of things touched, yeah. Wards, ARs, melee weapons. Balance as a whole is good, it's just there's a couple items dotted throughout each category that have never gotten love. Slam Spore. It's like you say that Archer is a less viable solution against mythological and fantasy critters. Hawkeye. Keep in mind, Spore is the class I was most excited for, before release. Barrage was like the entirety of my hype. And we won through him. Nice. But it's important to keep in mind that the worst thing you can do for something you like is downplay its weaknesses. Because then, in a situation like this, it doesn't get the love that it deserves. This ties back to the feedback thing as well, because the community talked endlessly about, oh, snipers need buffs, snipers need buffs. They didn't. Snipers have gotten 3 rounds of attention. Melee weapons have gotten 0. 0. Wards have gotten 0. Spore Warden's tree has technically gotten worse since launch. Because people don't talk about it. Melee's arguably the best in the game generally. That's the thing though, Andrew. Yes, I play a lot of melee builds. I have, what, 5 different melee builds at C50 now? But there's some weapons, let's see if I have any on me. I don't, of course I don't, that have never had a use case and have never been balanced. For example, Storm Surge. Storm Surge is still bugged. The lightning bolt on it literally does not do damage. It's been bugged since day 1 of the game. Ragnarok has been bad since day 1 of the game. Fatebreaker and Pincushion have been bad since day 1 of the game. Slam and Salmon lost its only use case when the Contagion change happened. Petty Tantrum is mediocre. So things under the melee umbrella are capable of being very good, but there are things in that category that have never been good that I would like to see get attention. they nerfed Wrath of Nature. Not only that, but they also made Spore Fuse only trigger off of Gum. Which is not a skill tree thing, but it's still a Spore exclusive change. That changes how you value certain things in that tree. Bye, Bark. Fatebreaker's so cool, it'd be perfect on this build, or some similar if it did more damage being a greatsword. Yeah, if Fatebreaker had greatsword tier damage, like, put it just slightly under the Banshee. Like, Banshee's running around with, at Primordial, 2300 damage. Fatebreaker at Primordial is, what, like, 13? So, a lot of this is up to us as a community to have discussions about the change we would like to happen to the game. Because as you can see, people mobilized so hard about the enemy damage thing that we got another misguided change. Because the loudest usually win out. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. We gotta squeak harder. It's that simple. See the armor you're using? Yeah. As we've been running today, I'm thinking that I can replace that because I have this warrior hilt. Melee damage is not as important as I initially was thinking it was. So I'm thinking about replacements here. Those meetings, what do you think of the hotfix? I think that the enemy damage change could go poorly depending on what exactly they did. The feature looks cool though. Bug fix for Dreadwind, very welcome. Like that. Maybe a more spammable Dreadwind. Which definitely adds some depth to my build around that action skill. Be louder. Thank you for the 1,000 bits again, Goodwolf. Thank you. Math harder and louder, add some loot solo. Amen.
Okay, we will be louder ahem
Well done, text-to-speech. Well done. Really nervous about it. So, I'll outline a few things that could happen from this. It could feel like basically nothing. It could just feel like nothing's changed, because a decent build did not have survivability issues already. That's just how it is. Worst case, bosses are no longer threatening at all, and one of my favorite things about boss design in this game will go out the window. I'm really hoping that doesn't happen. Because unlike Borderlands, bosses in Wonderlands are actual threats to your player's life. If you do not obey the mechanics, you get fucked up, and that's good game design. If the halving of their damage does what it is capable of and makes it so you no longer have to conform to boss mechanics, that is a tragic loss. And it is reduction of difficulty for people who were already using the difficulty slider in favor of people who refuse to take advantage of a difficulty slider with 153 separate points. So it would be a loss for the game. Here's hoping it doesn't go that way, though. Hey, Kitten's Bomb, thank you for the 3 months, I appreciate it. Jokes on them, I brought Hello Kitty Band-Aids to this Chaos Star run. You bring enough for everyone? Yes? Wonderful.
She's on fire.
Whoop whoop 3 months quag chad qua quag aim.
Whoop whoop indeed. Thank you so much, Kittens Mom. I appreciate it. I should use these moon orbs. I just have no idea what to actually use them on, and I don't have the bank space to really mess around too much with pulling things from there. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll just not use moon orbs. Really just angry Redditors deciding the game. It's all connected back to something I talk about pretty often here, where people who do not enjoy something tend to be louder than people who do enjoy something. So, as fans, as people who aren't complaining incessantly, this is health bug, that aren't complaining incessantly and trying to get something changed, that, you know, let's be honest, even if every single one of these changes that these angry people requested, they still wouldn't like the game. Instead of letting them dictate the direction of the game, we as people who enjoy the thing need to give positive reinforcement. Be like, hey, this thing you have in the game, we really like this. Please keep it like this. This mini-event you're running, we really like it. This particular weapon, this particular action skill, etc., etc. Tell them what you like instead of letting people who just scream about what they don't like. Because there's a very prevalent subculture of the greater Lands fan base that they've replaced their entire personality with Wonderland sucks! Wonderland sucks, I hate Wonderlands! You like Wonderlands? Well, it sucks! And it's so obnoxious. So, if you like the game, say you like the game. Good place to do that sort of thing that isn't Reddit or their support forum. They get a lot of bad shit on their social media. Whenever they announce something good, like on their Twitter, it's just a bunch of comments of people shitting on the game. So, maybe a little positivity, a little bit of a fun discussion. You can tag them on Twitter, complimenting things that they've done. Going and supporting events such as the Wondercast, which is happening today, 2 p.m. Eastern, on the Borderlands Twitch channel, I believe. You know. The way I personally feel and see it is something too hard for me due to my lack of ability and knowledge. There's usually always more I can learn and improve to min-max something, to be able to move forward in a game rather than just wanting the game to be fixed for my inaptitude. And that type of attitude takes a lot of maturity and self-awareness. Good Wolf, I feel the same, and I try to approach things as such. I know I'm not the best at video games. I'm slightly above average as a gamer. There's a lot of people, including here in the chat, who are simply better at video games than me. So I make up for that by working hard to understand the mechanics of the game I'm playing, and I put in a lot of time to practice and test things. The reason why I plug my playtime so much is to reinforce that notion. A lot of my playtime is just, I'll tweak one thing about a build, be like, alright, I don't know if this is actually as good as I think it will be. I need to do a couple runs to see how it feels. That's the majority of my playtime. I like all Borderlands fans, but I don't bash people for their opinions. That makes you a better human being than a lot of the people being vocal out there, Irish. Now the forums are dead, where to give our feedback. Love the super extended. That's something that they've not been very forthcoming on. And if I had to, as a fan, not as a creator or anything, if I had to guess, it's likely because a lot of the dialogue that's had isn't productive, so. But, as I mentioned, social media is a great place to do it. How we doing? Doing well, Mr. Adblock. How are you? You like that one as an angry teenager. Now think about the number of grown-ass adults who never grew out of being an angry teenager. Awesome HOTFIX today, very exciting. Yeah, a bit of a dud. The Dreadwind bug fix could be interesting for that. There was a response in this thing. The way I'm interpreting that best case is, so you couldn't immediately cancel Dreadwind before. Maybe with this hotfix that changes, which would give you a lot of control over enchants, cooldowns, and honestly precision in delivering your Dreadwinds. So that could be really huge for that action skill, if it works out the way I'm hoping it does. You should get a ×2 Smithy with 2 charges. Yeah, let me just get that real quick. Wake up, babe. New class balance draft drop. Oh, do you have it, Lazy? I need it. I need it. I need it. Sent on Discord. Wonderful. Oh, this is gonna make some people mad. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's sublime. Get some quag graphs in the chat. Forgot Stabo on the side, but it's fine. Where's Stabo in here? What about Stabo? I'm allowed to say that because 4 of my 5 C50 builds are Stabo. Stabo's a secondary. Stabomancer is an alchemical agent platform. It is alchemical agent and From the Shadows, the class. Or Ghostblade if you're nasty. Stabo's the thick black line on the bottom. Love it. Hey Shiner, how you doing? What spell are you currently using? I'm using a Smithy's Ire. It's the melee one from DLC 3. Is Stabo the one just touch and claw now? Yeah. Stabo's this one. Stabo's this one. This black line here. That one. So I personally, depending on what interactions you're using, Stabo and Claw very easily change places here. So having them dead even is good placement. Black line, as said, yeah, I chose to interpret it as this black line to be funny. So let me explain this. Spellshot is still far and away the strongest class for most things in the game, period. Requires no thought, it's just numbers be like. Hey, never mind. Hey, Seraphaz, how you doing? Spellshot, just gonna Spellshot. Started out here, and then got a bunch of buffs, then started getting reined in power-wise a little bit, but is still stronger than when it was, when the game came out, where it was already strongest. Berserker and Grave have been on an upwards trend. They've been getting a little bit of love here and there over time. Nice quality stuff. Clawbringer took a dip when Awe was changed, but then was buffed pretty consistently in a bunch of areas, so it's been on an upwards trend along with Burr and Grave. Spore has gotten worse, because Spore Fuse, yeah. And then, just... Spore sucks. Spore sucks. Just compared to the other classes. It's still viable, but it is very easy to place Wrath getting gutted. Yeah, Spore Fuse being made less accessible, Wrath getting gutted. Now, keep in mind, Wrath was only put in line with Exploit Their Weakness. It does not mean Wrath of Nature is a bad skill, but it means that one of the very few things keeping Spore Warden's tree attractive lost some value. So, Wrath of Nature, in a vacuum, still very, 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 very good. But what it is now is slightly less accessible Exploit Their Weakness, which is in Stabomancer, which is another bad skill tree. Is the awe bug in this chart? The first dip for Claw is that awe one right here. Yeah, proportionally Spore has gotten weaker because the action skills never got better. Blizzard had a bug fix where it wasn't able to crit, so that's this slight upwards turn here. Blizzard got slightly better 1 week. Barrage got indirectly improved by getting more access to gun damage through the magic bullets change, but that is a spell shot change, and that it's only one of the multi-classes you can do, so it's not necessary to reflect on this graph. And Barrage, even with that, an optimal, ascended, perfect gear, still sucks at bossing, so. 500% increase in anomaly extract from the trials. Love to see it, Rohith. Are there patch notes? Feel free to link. Stabo gets carried by good action skills on Alchemical Agent. Yeah, yeah. Stabomancer, I would argue, is the second worst skill tree. It's the second worst skill tree behind Spore Warden, but it's got some very standout things that elevate it. Claw has a consistently better tree than Stabo, but Claw's peak interactions are not as good as Stabo's peak interactions, so that's why they meet in the middle. What's the bump up for Stabo? Exi-Blade and Ghostblade buff? Yes. I'm back briefly. Any notes yet? Yeah, Viper. Oh, fuck, I just started Stabo. Here's the thing, Soggy Briskets. Me saying all this stuff about Stabo does not mean that it's not worth to play Stabomancer. Stabomancer is literally my most played class. All of my favorite builds include Stabomancer. I still recommend playing Stabo, but you need to play to its strengths. It's very narrow in what it's good at. The black line at the bottom is what's required to succeed at endgame. Yeah. We all have more than enough power. More than enough power. Lazy, you're gonna show this on Wondercast? Please. 2 links, one for the patch, one for balance. Cool, I'll look at those. Like, I'm using Stabomancer and Clawbringer right now. And I'm very clearly doing more than enough for endgame. And I'm having a good time. Almost all of my builds use Stabo, just because I love melee so much, and Stabo has a lot to offer, melee specifically. Mitsu brings it up. Maybe reason to stay. Let's go. Let's go. Copy your own save file. You start a new character every time you want to try a new build. It depends. Sometimes I copy. It requires third-party assistance because of how save files are structured. But sometimes I level. My Ghostblade build, my current Ghostblade build, is one that I leveled on stream to have another build at endgame. My Deadshot is one I leveled on stream. At least chaos levels and stuff. This one is, I copied what was my old Ghostblade save and changed some stuff. Just because I wanted to be able to showcase this content without having to do, you know, an 8-hour playthrough and then a 5-hour chaos climb. 13 hours versus 3 minutes. Justifiable to me. want to read these Outriders notes. Okay, each Apocalypse tier is 10% easier to get. A lot more anomaly extract. Boss rushing the final arbiter will net slightly more than before. It's not be the most efficient route. Cool. Reduced upgrade costs. That's cool. Increased APOC gear chances. That's cool. Increased expedition rewards. That's good. Cooldown to Earthen Shell. Wow, they went real easy on it. Capped damage story. That's good. Buff to firepower dev. Buffed impact point. Buffed obliteration. They literally just buffed my Devastator, like, a lot. Wait, they made Paladin not require protection skills? What? They nerfed Despair, that's fine. Hang on, I'm reading Outrider stuff. Buff Bannerlord, cool. They buff Marshall? Yo. They changed Concussioner to be more firepower heavy. I don't think that's gonna help, honestly. Yeah, I'll read more later, but they buffed the shit out of my Devastator. Depending on how long it takes me to finish Stray this Saturday, we might do a split Stray and Outrider stream. Because they buffed the shit out of my class. Morning in this house, how you doing? Y'all make melee characters play melee throughout. You can go with guns, switch to melee, and get to chamber. Depends on what gear I have, honestly. If I find myself having good melee stuff, then I will use that. Oh, I always fuck up this one. But like, if I have, let's say, a situation where, like on this last playthrough I did, LeChance dropped me a Sword Explosion at like level 38. I'm gonna use it. Finish Stray first, such a good game for me. Yeah, I plan on finishing it. It should only take me, like... It shouldn't take me the whole stream, based on how much I've been told I have left. Bunch of melee stuff in the bank, not many good melee weapons. Banshee, Spellblade, Salt and Battery, Pickaxe, Twin Soul, or like the top 5. Thoughts on the hotfix today? Slightly underwhelmed, Analia. I think that the prioritization of the enemy damage thing was not only it's weird to focus so hard on such a point that doesn't fucking matter. And they specifically left out DLC bosses, so not only is Imelda's hitbox is still just a disaster, but, like, she also still does ludicrous damage, so it'll just highlight how bad Imelda is versus other bosses. Just, I think it's a weird allocation of resources. Maybe it's something that they were able to do, so they did it. But, yeah, I'm not thrilled. The Dreadwind thing's cool, though. Excited for that. Brings me better in this build full melee or spell with melee rolls. When using a Spellblade and a Paradigm together, spell damage just wins. Now, if I was to drop this for a different armor, like I'm considering, then, maybe there's a case for melee. Looking for the liquid weapon, liquid cooling. You can either farm Lycia, which is the obelisk boss in Crackmass Cove, or you can farm the Pistol Bunny. Why I say enemy damage doesn't matter is the biggest thing most are upset about? No. Because enemy damage was not too much if your build was remotely decent. There's defensive stats in this game that people ignore, and then they're surprised when they were taking damage. I have had no survivability issues with this game. I play almost exclusively melee builds that have, like, little inbuilt healing, and I'm getting it largely from my gear. Like Clawstalker, for example. This build, I don't have healing. I'm just getting it from killing things. Yet, I'm not having survivability issues. I'm just not. My Frost Shiver is tanky enough that it rarely goes down at all, despite running an Amnesia and bashing things in the face with a sword at all times. Enemy damage was not nearly as much of a problem as certain sections of the community made it out to be, because it is a build problem. So, what is happening here is the entire difficulty of the game is going down, including removing difficulty options from people who were not having problems, instead of people sucking up their pride and using the difficulty slider that has 153 choices. So, here's an option that you have if enemies are doing too much damage to you. Ready? Gameplay? Difficulty. I'm on Intense. Enemies do 15% more. I could go to Balance, where it's neutral. I could go to Relaxed, where they do 15% less. I can make enemies do 30% less damage by using my menu. Wait, how many? 153, because you have Chaos levels 0 through 50, and then you have Relaxed, Balanced, Intense. 51 times 3. 153. And that is not including whether or not you are leading rooms, whether or not you are taking curses, whether or not you are in raid bosses. There is so much elective difficulty in this game that people having problems with enemy damage simply are not using the systems available to them. Never realized there were so many. There are. They also changed a lot of mods, so might be a nerf for your Devastator. They also changed weapon anomaly class notes of every class 15%. The anomaly nodes were 10% before, right? And the weapon nodes. Here, I'll look after this run in the loot room. Because they hit Mage's Rage, right? There's no way they let Mage's Rage slide. I didn't look at all of the changes. Didn't want to derail stream for that long. Anomaly was 10, weapon was 8. Cool. Item locking's here. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I only used Mage's Rage on boss fights, so... And I didn't even need it on any other than, like, the Arbiters, which I didn't even need. But... Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Update notes? Yeah, Rohit put them in the chat. A bit ago. Please get good curses is featured. Yeah. Yeah, rooting this week's feature is gonna be fun. Ooh, that's only in 15 minutes. Yeah, we'll finish up the raid bosses this run. Hang out in the loot room and wait for the feature to roll over. I can read the Outrider's notes. Too high? Too high. Does it actually change with Dreadwind? So a thing with Dreadwind is you can't cancel it immediately. I'm hopeful that what this means is you can cancel it immediately. Because before, Dreadwind would have to run for about a second and a half before it would actually end when you hit the button to stop it early. But if the way this note reads is accurate, then you have more control over your Dreadwind duration, which is really nice. Good quality of life. Intercept your hammer with a spear. No, I think I hit one of the ads by accident, Hawken. I think that's what happened. Goodbye, Drill. Oh, just shy. Bad RNG. Thrilled about no new class. Yeah, I want to be able to dial in my stream settings before it drops. Yeah. I think having fair warning of the class is gonna just be better for everyone. Because some people want to take time off work to level it. Some people want to like plan stream content around it. Not having a surprise drop of the class is a good thing. You're the GOAT? Hey, I'm glad you think so. I'm only faking. Welcome in. Sound effect when you recall Hammer from Long Way Off is so satisfying. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The sound design of Storm Dragon's Judgment is just so good. It's so satisfying. It's very weighty. Shit was broken, we fixed it. That's in the notes. Amazing. Jealous of your first time chats? Yeah, yours are cursed. Yours are just cursed, Lazy. I don't know what the algorithm is doing to you, but like, some interesting individuals. Might be time of day, honestly. Do for levels in a playthrough because I don't do a side mission. May want to do later. You can farm levels in the mirrors. The mirrors are great for that. Bye, Bark. Hey, Peric, how you doing? How are we? Doing well, doing well. Lazy first-time chatters, I will end you and your entire family. Quiet first-time chatters, you're the GOAT and I love you and wish you peace and happiness. Real. Real. It goes, a lot of my head, but I'm vibing, enjoying new No Man's Sky content. I've heard nothing but good things about the new No Man's Sky content, and I love to see that because people who I tend to have similar tastes in like chill games like it. Like I remember Pup T saying that she likes that game. But also, it's one of those post-launch glow-up success stories. Like, very few games had a turnaround like No Man's Sky did. So I like to see people giving games more chances down the line after they fix their shit. Possible the thing with bosses means in the Chaos runs, it sounds like it'll be every iteration of the bosses in the Chaos Chambers TI, which I'm not happy about. I do not want my level of difficulty to drop off that sharply. Any recommendation for a good build that's minimally gear dependent? Pretty much anything involving Spell Shot, Scotty. Spell Shot's the class that just requires the least from you. It's got the most spell damage in the game in the skill tree, it's got the most gun damage in the game in the skill tree, and there's lots of ways to convert spell damage through gear into other types of damage that you might need for your build. So, pretty much anything involving Spell Shot. No Man's Sky is quite the story. Those guys earn respect from their community. It sounds like it's well-deserved. Oh, writer. Star Trek fan, I'm obsessed with New Expedition. Gives me heavy Trekkie vibes. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I've accidentally been paying for Paramount Plus for like a few months, so I'm thinking of just having a Star Trek binge sometime soon. I've never watched Picard, and I've heard mixed things. It's in its final season now, so, you know, we love Sir Patrick Stewart. May as well watch it. I grew up watching, Next Generation, you know, that era of stuff, so. Playing with Pilot? Nice. Imagine the potential glow up when Godfall actually advertised. Right, dude? The card season 1 was long. Good, but a bit long. Need to watch the newer stuff. Yeah, I saw some advertising for the final season. See the Netflix Resident Evil, really enjoying that, looking forward to season 2. So, everyone I've seen talk about it, Manic Geek, has either absolutely hated it or loved it. There is no in between. No middle ground at all. I've seen people who I tend to have similar taste in stuff being like, this is absolutely fucking awful, don't bother. And then I've seen others that are just like, hey, this is really fun. So I'm gonna have to watch it. If you didn't like DS9 or not like it, DS9. I don't know what that is. There, Lion Cobra. Strange New Worlds is really, really good if you like older Star Trek. I'll have to check it out. Star Trek is one of those IPs that really is kind of struggling for focus in this day and age, I guess would be how I'd put it. Like, they tried with the movies, and they're like decent popcorn movies, but they did not do well. And they're plagued by production problems, and then the self-proclaimed true fans didn't like them. And then the shows just haven't had as much reach as their competition. I really want to see Star Trek get, like, some big mainstream hits, you know? Because the foundation of Star Trek is something I'm totally all about. Like, the entire point of it is, hey, we're just people doing shit, we should all just kind of treat each other better, right? Like, that is the fundamental premise of Star Trek, and, like, that's good. That's a good message to put out there. Deep Space Nine. Ah, okay. I never watched much Deep Space Nine, actually. I don't remember my opinion of Deep Space Nine. I know I've seen it, but, like, I don't remember. You know what Black Collar's releasing? All we know is it'll be with DLC 4. Caillou-sans. That's all we know. Well, we don't know when DLC 4 will be. We do know that they have said they're going to give us some Black Collar info ahead of DLC 4 release, but we do not have a specific timeline. I would expect it by the fall, but that's purely a guess. Purely. For example, Star Wars is dystopia, world war. Meanwhile, Star Trek is utopia, progressive world. Yeah. Thought it was today. Mega unfortunate if it ain't. They have never said it would be today. That is just community hype that got out of control. People are very excited for the release of a new class, and I totally get it. I do. This is the first time we've had a new skill tree presented as a new class in 8 years of LANs games. Not since TPS. In BL3, we had extra skill trees for each character, but it was expansions on existing characters rather than a new one. I got. Yeah, it happens. People, hype gets out of control. I get it. It's totally understandable. But something that I'm telling myself to keep my expectations in check is that a common criticism of the first 3 DLCs of this game is that they felt rushed, they felt incomplete, and that people wanted them to have more time in the oven. You've probably seen that feedback around. I want them to, if they're deciding to take their time with the 4th one to improve the quality of either the class or the attached content or both, if they're taking their time for that, then I totally support that decision. Hey Shimada, comfort streamer to lurk at? Hey, I appreciate that. Happy to have you around. So they share more info to closer to launch, so don't expect without seeing that first? Right. We'll probably have some big announcement you'll see on their social media, be like, hey, here's a class trailer, and then they'll give us a date. That would be my guess. Quality over rush product? Yeah. Guys ever open Discord, see there's nothing new, close out, and immediately open Discord? Every day. You say time for quality. I'd like a little more info on a roadmap type thing. Roadmap would be lovely. I would really love that. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some info during today's Wondercast. I'm saying, Lazy's a guest on there today, so what we have to do is go ask Lazy for all the info when he's on the Wondercast, because he has it all. He doesn't. He doesn't. Support a homie? Yeah. Ask him questions he can't possibly have the answers to. Time is Wondercast, 2 p.m. Eastern, I believe. It's my normal stream ending time, so I'm going to host the Borderlands channel when I end stream today. And we'll go hang out over there. Nobody tells me nothing. So I'm actually not going to complete this run because HOTFIX is supposed to drop in like 2 minutes, right? So I'm going to close my game out and I'm going to look at Outrider's notes and we're going to chat here for 2 minutes while we wait for that. So if I get too absorbed in the notes, someone heckle me at noon. What's the flight speed of Unladen Swallow? That's the first question people ask in, like, a lot of situations. Where's Wondercast? Official Borderlands Twitch channel. Now I understand his first-time chatters. Oof. Oof. Eastern European. Well done, Aceline. First-time chatters here are just the best. Yeah, Lazy, you're absolutely right. I have the best first-time chatters on Twitch. This one gets it. How you doing, Aceline? So yeah, we're just waiting for the hotfix to go through, and then I'm gonna relaunch my game. Ooh, the thing I want to do on Pyro got buffed. That's cool. Slightly nerfed Pyro cooldown stuff, I guess. Big nerf to Master Exploder, which is more than fair. Ooh, buffed Reforged set. That's cool. I want to do Feed the Flame stuff, so that's fun. I know nothing about Trickster, so that's all gonna go above my head. Mage's Rage provided over twice what it was supposed to give. And yeah, they made it not persist through weapon swap. Good. I can swap off Mage's Rage. I don't need to worry about it at all. It can be completely dead to me. Ah, they fixed self-med. No, they nerfed no resistance against the fortified. No. Deserved. Deserved. Buff to fortress. Okay. Nerf to first things first. They went easy on it. They went easy on it. Yeah, I still think I'm walking away from this with a buff for my melee build. HOTFIX is live? Cool. Thank you, CZ. Can you explain exactly what the damage reduction thing was? If you've dug into that yet? They have non-DLC boss damage, and they had a second thing there that made it sound like they messed with damage reduction values for players, somehow. Didn't read the notes. Yeah, enemy damage bad is the gist. Hey, Arkham's Nightmare, welcome in. Good to meet you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Let's go in with Dreadwind first, I think. Update come out? Yes. I'm booting up the game to test out the stuff right now. Where's my driven build? There it is. I don't want to get Outriders, really enjoyed the beta. It sounds like it's gotten better in recent history. If you're looking to purchase Outriders for the World Slayer expansion, !Outriders, thank you to Square Enix for providing me an affiliate link. I really enjoy the game. You know me, a Manic Geek. Build crafting is my shit, and Outriders lets me do that. That still goes up 4% per. New featured. Streaming to my truck now so I can run to Arby's. I can't ever go to Arby's after seeing too many news headlines. I'm gonna be real honest. Let's see, can you insta-cancel Dreadwind? You can cancel it a lot faster now. That's really good. So there used to be a very long delay on canceling Dreadwind, and it's more responsive now. That feels a lot smoother. So what I was originally going to do with this build, and this issue that they corrected kind of prevented that, is I was going to do short Dreadwinds only. Now you can do that a lot more easily. You know, a lot of complaints about Drill being too strong. I think that's legit anyway. I think it's people not understanding that there's exactly 2 bosses in this game that function as a build check. Drill and Waster. That is 2 of 14 bosses constituting a meaningful build check. 2 of 14 non-raid bosses. If you include the raid bosses, 2 of 18 bosses. I think that it's fair to have DPS check bosses. Drill is mechanically very simple. In fact, every single one of Drill's attacks is extremely telegraphed, very easy to dodge, and you can even use his arena to your advantage to avoid attacks or to increase your damage if you're using something like a selective amnesia armor, which I am at the moment. Take damage to deal damage. I'm a glutton for intestinal punishment. That's a sentence. Trust and Magic Room 1. Okay. I didn't like the mobs in this first room, but you get Bunny in the first room. You get, one container. Did I leave this yet? Should. 1 quartz, 2 containers. Are there 3 here? Where's the one that I shot? Where did that fly to? That one over here. Does ending Dreadwind refund cooldown? Yes, yes it does. Hey Stone Swan, how are you? I don't know the... Oh, there it is. 3 containers. So first room is 3 containers of quartz and a raid boss sigil. With a Trust and Magic curse. That's a really good first room. Wonder if raids got the change too. Oh, I hope not. We'll find out. Barrel's still hurt, so that's a good sign. Bunny Storm now doing 1 damage per hour. I'm so scared. Okay, 2 of the 3 quartz are active on this one. Sacred Ground isn't ideal. Yeah, those Elite Trolls still do damage. Elite Trolls still hitting. Love to see it. So the people complaining about being health gated by every attack are still going to complain, since this enemy still exists. Like, you could take defensive stats. Regarding DR, all I can see for now is all bosses have their damage dealt halved. Should be only once cast levels are on. Nothing about player DR. And it's just the 12 base game bosses, CZ? Does it include the raid bosses, or...? This is Berserker and Claw. This is Berserker and Stabomancer. No raid boss in there. Beautiful. Beautiful. So, what this amounts to is the people who were complaining are going to still complain. And the people who enjoy having actual difficulty in their video game. We did not have our difficulty touched. Rejoice. You tested if picking the curse before opening containers actually increases crystals. It doesn't seem to, but eliting does. Means building buffer actually lets you tank Wastard, hit it to win. Good point. Wastard was like the only boss that could actually just like one-shot you through buffer. Like Wastard hitting harder than Barkenstein was a little odd. Now, Wastard living long enough to do that, good joke, but yeah. Ascended Arcane Bolt with terrible parts. I'm still taking it. Because it's an Ascended goddamn Arcane Bolt. I'd keep asking how did our difficulty get touched. Because the change was only to bosses. And all of the bosses that were affected already, like, didn't hit you. Example. Banshee having its damage cut in half doesn't mean anything. Because if you're getting hit by Banshee at all, you're doing it intentionally. Because the entire point of the fight is, hey, just don't get hit. Or do. I don't know, not your boss. Drill and Banshee struggle to hit you at all. Wastard was the only boss in the game that you could make a decent argument for having more damage than he needed. That's not true, some of us are just bad at remember crouch or not. Alright, that's fair. Wonder if Banshee's Cloud got affected? Good question. We should test a couple of these bosses. After this featured, I think we should test out Banshee and Wastard, see how they feel. Maybe do some boss runs. Frozen Vengeance, because that is a buff to me. So happy Anomaly Extract and Apoc Drop Rates getting buffed now, Riders. Yeah, I just hit Apocalypse 235 last night. And I leveled a couple of pieces of gear and I ran out of Extract. So getting more Extract and being able to do so from Expeditions is going to be real nice. Looking forward to that. I should have lead first. Here for this one, right? I get hit way more with Banshee or Drill than I do with Wastard. Well, then it'll help you. Just me, does Ghostblade not hit Bernadette very well? It doesn't. It helps to aim for her tail, Shay. That makes it a little bit better. Yeah, what bosses do you want to see me check on, chat, with the boss damage reduction? So far, Wastard and Banshee are on the list. Any others you want to see how easily you can tank? Drill, Banshee, Zomboss, Varkanar, Lachance, Wastard, Celissa, Nightmare, Parasite, Dragonlord. Okay. Cool. Imelda's DLC. She wasn't changed. They said DLC bosses were changed. Pain. Celissa's water attack hits hard. It does. It does. I think that's one that it's justified that hits hard because, like, you know, teaching avoidance. But yeah, we'll check out Celissa as well. That's a good shout. To Imelda anyways. I thought you liked me, Seraphas. I thought we were friends. Want to see you tank Imelda? I hate you. You love Imelda. My favorite part of Imelda? Yeah, that's it. A lot of curses on this run. Like, we've only taken curse rooms so far. Imelda's a knowledge check. Once you fight her, you have the knowledge to start a new character without her in the pool. That's good advice, Brendan. That's very good advice. If they didn't touch mobs, some of the boss fights would be just as hard, i.e. the coil and the drill fight. Yeah, yeah. And mobs are what people were complaining about louder, so LOL. Like, I'm still surviving here because of my damage reduction. And my healing. My movement speed. Defensive stats. Defensive stats are goated. Taser action going, get some Executioner's Blade did. Primordial White Rider. Low mag. ×1. Outdam Dot or Nasty Spell. Ooh, that's a tough one for this. I guess I take Nasty Spell so that my damage doesn't go away, but rip crystals. I guess we don't take that curse for this build, or we just accept Nasty Spell. Or we accept, excuse me, Outdam Dot. Nasty Spell Dragon Lord is awkward because the Tramplers. We won't get any crystals from those now. That's unfortunate. Anyone get moded? What mode? Are we talking like sicko mode? Goblin mode? Like what kind of mode? Anyone get modeds? Yeah, modeds. Should we talk louder? Toxic War? Am I talking loud enough? Modded to perfection. What a flex. Sicko mode or Mobomb. We're gonna get back to being fit. Schedule requires 5 AM wake-ups and 1 hour cycle across town. We'll crash and catch you tomorrow. Sounds good, Rohit. Catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for providing those juicy Outriders notes. I'm looking forward to playing that after stream today. How can I get 1? Subtract 1 from 2. That's how you get 1. Can't hear you guys. Do you have AirPods in, Pragmatic? How to subtract 1 from 2 if you don't have 1? That's the tricky part. You need to use equal parts sugar, spice, and everything nice, but not from the CW live action show. That bit is very important. I actually do. Yeah, Nasty Spill really eats your crystals here. That's awkward. I don't know what we're screaming about. Just screaming words of affirmation for the homies. What else would we scream? We get good hotfixes? Pretty light. Stump, we got a nice little quality of life thing for Dreadwind. That's cool. But nothing really that I'd call impactful. Powerpuff Girls, huh? Took it back? I did. I did. We got the Powerpuff Girls. They are making a live-action Powerpuff Girls show, and I want it to happen just so I can make fun of it. Fucking love Powerpuff Girls, no shame. No shame in that at all. If anyone shames you for loving that absolute banger of a series, shame them for having terrible taste. I don't actually feel that strongly about it. But like what you like and let other people like what they like. Live and let live, as they say. How do you feel about this boss damage scaling bug fix? I feel like it's a cop-out and it's just there to please people who, don't take ownership of their own failures and difficulty in the game. I think it's not gonna really change much. Positive change on Wastard. Potentially positive change on Banshee for just quality of life. One of them's worth getting. I'm thinking about buying it soon. See, I'm not quite sure yet. The real young capo. I only have 1,222 hours on it. So maybe in another 1,222 hours I'll decide.
Damage to an enemy.
Professor Quag did damage to an enemy. Let's go. Comment a Good Wolf W. Real. Real. Thank you, Good Wolf, for the 1,000 bits, as always. Courage and Scooby crossover movie was actually pretty good, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm now frustrated that I've never seen that. Other statistics would be good for the build instead of Rapscallion and other guns that roll melee parts in general. There's a lot of guns that roll blades. Just Rapscallion's the only one that gets the 40%. Did I do it? Alright, cool. You think it'd be a good him in live action? I forgot about him. Him probably does not translate well into 2022. I don't know. I'll let him dunk on you a bit. Yeah, he's barely hurting me. He's barely doing anything. Let him hit you. Alright. That still does that, but I'm healing through the dot. I guess what this means now is if Dragon Lord ever kills you, you were trying to make it happen. Canceling Dread went faster is so nice, though. Get my chance and stuff. That's quite nice. Yeah, if Dragon Lord kills you, you were trying to make it happen. Post-change. Don't love that personally, but whatever. Don't feel like complaining about it. Yeah, I'm healing through the dot. Smack those toes, you know it, Chaz. This is a no-toes zone. You hurt? Not really. Yeah, I tanked Bernadette's full attack and then Dragonlord's Poison Nova, and I didn't go down. I can go over the build for you at the end of the run, Kata, if you would like it. Just remind me in the loop. Back from some errands, is boss damage mitigation their answer to all the Cry and Healthgate players? Seems to be, but those players were either standing in boss attacks borderline intentionally, or they're not gonna be pleased. Because this is a boss-only change. The mobs are still doing the same. Bosses are now just kind of, they don't hurt anymore. Sigil spell using? I'm using a Fortifying Sigil. It looks like this. It's not even Chaos tiered, because it doesn't need to be. Yeah, not all spells are about dealing damage. Fortifying Sigils in particular give you a damage buff while you're inside, but they also give you a very large heal. So, in situations like this, where I'm Dreadwinding and I'm very vulnerable, setting up that Sigil beforehand helps me heal off the enemy damage that I can't avoid because I'm too busy spinning. I'll start playing around with them. Yeah, they're great utility. Sigils are just some of my favorite spells in the entire game. And there's different flavors that have different use cases. Empowering Sigils are slightly shorter duration, but they have very short cooldowns, and they follow you around. And if you get a Cryo one, it's the most efficient thing at freezing enemies in the entire game. Vigilant Sigils, including the unique Sigil to Frostburn, give you a bunch of Hydras that do count towards your Faithful Thralls count if you're a Graveborn. Rebuking Sigils have a very strong singularity, and all Sigils have that bubble that blocks a lot of troublesome attacks. For Connoisseur, nice. Wish I could get Ghostblade enchanted for Fortifying Sigil. It took me so long to get that, Shay. It took me so long. That one's not active. Where's the third container on this map? I don't think I ever learned it. Oh wait, no, I did. It's there, there, there. Okay. You know, one of those, it takes more than that to kill a bull with shields from field 3. That is definitely crit connoisseur damage. Rough Rider. The Rough Rider would be interesting in this game. You would, depending on how it functions. If they made it function like initial BL3 Rough Rider, where it couldn't decide whether it was full or empty, so sometimes it was just both, then it'd be good for Finger Ward. It would give the Finger Ward rings a strong use case. And you still have your spell shots going nuts with, you know, blast cannon and shit. I think it could be interesting. I'd be curious to see people doing meme unarmored defense builds with it, though. Like, would the game just break? Because you're trying to divide 0? I'm gonna avoid Gloop on this run. But yeah, you've got Bunny in the first room and Gloop in the last. For raid boss sigils here. You now have 0 health. How long is the story to get to endgame if you rush? If you rush, you could get there, like, 7-ish hours with game knowledge. 6-7 hours with game knowledge. Assuming you did just enough to stay, like, relatively on level. If you got a really lucky drop and just didn't do any side stuff, you could probably do it in, like, 5. Does HOTFIX make the game easier? Yes. Which I'm not really a proponent of. But it doesn't make the entire game easier. Raid bosses have not been made easier. So that is something. But I expect Zomboss to be a total pushover now. One of the only things Zomboss had going for her is that she did damage. Okay, come down. That's sad. Health crit. I put the Graveborn specific gun enchant to good use. I think it ups dark magic damage. Yeah, it's dark magic damage and efficiency for 10 seconds. It's a large value. Good for Dire Sacrifice. It is like the enchant to use in a Dire Sac build. We'll do a later DLC based around the demon from that quest in Weepwild. Thank this. Start his questline and end it in Brighthoof. A lot of people have a lot of requests for story DLCs. We'll have to see if that ends up happening. Couldn't quite connect. Cryoing myself. Damn it. Probably won't think I was goofy. I liked it a good bit. It was definitely enjoyable, yeah. For people to watch the Wondercast official Borderlands Twitch channel. I'll be hosting it once I end. No, I'll be hosting the channel. I won't be hosting the cast for Julio. I will be clicking the button to host channel on Twitch. Why is my Dreadwind hitting fewer things? Maybe I'm just off. I'm having trouble just connecting. Lost hitbox moment, I suppose. At least enemy damage is a fucking meme. I'm not even sure what's happening. I just know I'm not getting hurt. Oh, you almost got me that time, Bark. You almost got me. Wait, you could pop that with Twisted Delusion? I never thought of that. That's hilarious. You think it did apply to raid bosses? No, just Bark never hit that hard when you actually invest into defensive skills. It didn't apply to raid bosses. Gotta get back, just check the bot later. Sounds good to me, so. I'll just return a Dragon Keep DLC with 4 Dragon Balls at the end. I think that'd be cool. The Dragon Bosses that they never made actually work well as a raid boss, that are borderline non-functional. I reject returning to things that have been done before, especially things that did not work the first time they did them. No thank you. Give me new things instead. Even people who love Borderlands 2 and forgive its endgame for being terrible absolutely hate the Dragon's Raid boss because it doesn't work. This Scarlet Claw is trying. Claw Stabbo, 3 and Nimble Fingers. Doesn't have the awe points though, it's got Oath of Thunder instead. Had a Nightmare the Remastered Dragon's Keep as the next DLC roll. No. Yeah, that's a lot of melee crit chance for a ring. 50%. That's a double roll. So wait, if you triple roll crit chance on a ring at Primordial, it's fucking 75%? What is that shit at Ascended? How much crit chance can you get? There's a scenario in which you take Fealty Oath Rings instead of something like Shark's Bane, tried some testing on a spell shot, even with the already abundant gun damage you get in trees, seems that they're more effective and less clunky than Fealty Oaths. If you're doing content you know you're never gonna fight sharks, then Fealty Oath is, in theory, more damage, provided you are willing to do that swap. Berserker is the only class with swap speed, so if you have points in Instinct, then it could be something. Crit by looking at him? Real. I respect that. Dragons are a pain in the ass, and finally able to soul them felt very accomplished. Yeah, when you were finally able to soul them through the bugs, and not the difficulty, because they didn't have that second thing, but they definitely had that first thing. So, like, you know how the arguably only flaw with Wotan the Invincible in Borderlands 3 is the bug where the better half just kind of... Yeah, now imagine the reverse, where the entire fight is bugs like that, and then occasionally it won't bug. That's Dragons. Imagine a Melda. I would rather not. You see a lot of people rank their top bosses in LAN's history. Let's hear everyone's bottom 5 bosses. What are your bottom 5 bosses across all Borderlands games and Wonderlands? I'm curious. For me, in no particular order, other than Imelda obviously being last place. Imelda, Badassosaurus Rex, Ancient Dragons. Thinking hard for the other two. Dexy? I give Dexy a pass because it's so completely optional, but it is just kind of a shit fight once you're in it, isn't it? BL2 Clawbringer for just being BL1 Craw, but worse. Lazy. Same page. Talking raid bosses and Dexy and Vermi through some of the worst I've ever did. Vermi's down there. I don't consider Vermi offensively bad. I just don't really also... I also don't really consider it a boss, because it's just a badass Varkid. At least, feel to Vermi. Jackenstein's a forgotten shitfest. Jackenstein did suck. Jackenstein was pretty rough. Master Drake is boring mechanic. Again, with that one, I forgive it because it's an attempt at a mechanic, right? Like, think about how simple raid bosses in the series had been up to that point. It tried something. It's like if you're a COD Zombies fan. Transit tried a bunch of shit, didn't succeed at much of it, but it tried. And I kind of give it points. Anything juicy today? Me. How you doing, Felicia? You can just kind of face tank most of the bosses in the game now, so like, that's cool, I guess. Take that back, Transit's GOAT. Respect. I like Transit. Only today? Yeah, only today. Oh, my front door is also juicy. It's like fucking melting from the heat. I got door juice on my hand when I, took cat litter out this morning. Yes, door juice. What about your back door? What do you think? You need to get that checked out. Yeah, probably. Okay, so, Banshee. Let's do a boss run, actually, because we'll just have them come up, organically. Do boss run. Oh, I didn't look at the vendors. Shit. What's in the vendors? We'll find out. Door what? Door juice. Yes. All transit-aiding babies would be sons to every able-bodied denizen in the fog. Based. Just get a boss real quick. Tell me Gearbox made you stronger today. Yeah. I stood there and face tanked one of Bernadette's attacks and then one of Dragonlord's attacks and lightly yawned and placed my sigil down. I was buffed today. Laser hand in the chest, marshmallow, tide sorrow. Tide sorrow? Fucking really? One that doesn't do damage? Like, not hyperbolic doesn't do damage. Like, literally, it doesn't fucking work. Or is it actually Storm Surge? Storm Surge and Tide Sorrow have the same problem. Or whose chains hit like noodles. Mm-hmm. Amnesia in the vendor is pretty good, though. Makes sense considering the bosses don't do damage either. Oof. I think his Bathwater does more damage than the boss now. I think Drill's Arena does more damage than Drill. See how much damage the Spear does? I'll get hit by the bombs. Get a Storm Surge. Okay, Tide Sorrow is just another item, so. There's two of them. Come on. That still does damage. The dot no longer kills you, though. The dot no longer kills you. Diamond Gauntlet's buff, actually, kind of. The Saturday streams all week talking about how to survive. The skills are still useful, and they'll still be applicable against basic enemies. And that's important, because only bosses had their damage changed, and the thing people were largely complaining about was, quote-unquote, every enemy, implying mobs. So they're still gonna die to mobs, and they're still gonna whine about it. But you guys, the ones actually trying to, you know, succeed in your gameplay, you don't have to worry about that shit, because you learned. DLC boss is not affected, at least. Imelda's still gonna suck exactly as much, so yay. I don't remember the last time I fought chums. And Fyodor himself doesn't exactly attack often. This is a vineyard because there's a lot of whining done here. Nice. Ooh, Celissa. Cool. This is one of the ones we wanted to test. Let's see how hard Celissa hits. I'm just gonna stand in all her attacks. That's still health gates. Stand in this. Okay, this no longer hurts. Yeah, that attack is now a meme. You can just kind of hang out in those. Did you miss? Okay, well, Celissa's a pushover now. Still strong enough to eat glass cannon in about 2 seconds, so that's fine. I'll take your word for it. I've been playing too much melee. Accidental survivability. Sigil spells. Built different. I hate this fight so much, I'm not even mad. The attack that people dislike more is the one that still hits hard, though. So, like, whatever. She's just a fish now. See, these enemies, these basic enemies are doing way more to me than any of these bosses have done. Basic enemies, worthy opponents. Wait, Pigwort is now the true final boss. Chat, Pigwort is now the true final boss. Pigwort does more damage than any non-raid boss. Hey, we wanted to test Banshee. Cool. Big attacks should hurt? Yeah. Immediately saw his ass glowing up a fiery turd popping out and farting in your direction. Man, that's not even much better in context. Well done. Is the water spouts people dislike? Yeah, Beaver. Pigor is the real Dragon Lord of the story. Alright, so let's see if Banshee's aura is like... That still hurts. Still hurts. Does this hurt? Are you gonna... Yeah, that still hurts. Okay, Banshee still hits hard. Good luck getting hit by Banshee, but yeah. You can just kind of do that. Yeah, those don't even hit that hard. That should have killed me. Okay. What, did she get bored and leave? So if you actually put some, like, healing active, you can just kind of tank that now. You could sort of do it before, but... Okay, let's do another one. We didn't get Wastered. Bugged item. Giga Chad armor. Wait, holy shit, this is a really good roll, too. Blast Chill, area damage, all damage, healing. Only chaotic, but holy shit, this roll. Like, for comparison, this is what I'm using. The only reason I'm not taking this is because mine is that but better. That's a good amnesia. Ascended melee damage ring with melee crit damage. Shame the rest of it is what it is, but, like, you tried. Now just stand around a boss arena and casually tank all their damage. Not all of it. Each of the bosses we've run into so far has one attack that you still do need to kind of avoid most of the time. So that's something. Is it easy? Yes. Is it completely free? No. Weapon machine? Storm Surge. Yes, the melee weapon that has been bugged since day one. Now I have a headcanon on my playthrough. Chad. Oh yeah, lazy. We were talking about action skill duration bonuses yesterday, and we mathed out that you can get from the shadows base duration to be like a minute with max investment. So that with a fucking headcanon. Because you can get 99%-ish class power, and then duration passives on rings are just completely insane. And yeah, Blood of the Fallen. You can get Blood of the Fallen to the point where it's giving you back more duration than From the Shadows has, like, at base. It's just absolutely silly how high passives scale up here. Primordial 1.9 Cryo Caustic. This is pretty good. How's the damage roll on this? I don't know pickaxe ranges. do an entire Chaos Chamber in 1 from the Shadows duration? You could. You could absolutely do a boss run in, like, 1 with that. That's good. Cool. Not top, but, like, very high. Nice. The mid-roll, then. Can't wait to see you do that build. Now, getting the actual pieces for that, I'd probably have to do some wizardry. Because the rings would be like, good luck. I don't understand why they solely nerf the damage of the only entities that allow you to avoid all their attacks. Maybe it's an effort to appease the people who can't be bothered to spec defensive skills without actually making mobbing trivial. Maybe it's Gearbox being super based and being like, nah, learn to mob. Except Blaster. Be honest, some type player benefit massively from this change. Spend a lot of time and energy gaming trying to play at the hardest level for a pretty crazy amount of times. I just don't have time. Like Chaos 2030 with all 6 of my characters to get to 50 faster. We're still wouldn't have done it. The thing is, I'm not against more casual players having an easier time. Often people will construe my statements on this stuff as that. No, that's not it at all. I do not want the highest elective difficulty to be made easier when there is a slider to make it easier. That's all. I don't want the peak to get easier. That is it. Heavy bosses did more damage than they intended. Doubt it. Drill and Western complaints never about the damage they did. Yeah. Like, people aren't really gonna have an easier time on those, because Blaster's already easy, and Drill... Like, if Drill hits you, you let him. But Blaster doing less damage will be nice for the people who already have a handle mechanically, because it'll allow you to do things like, you know, Dire Sack build, where you have an enforced animation time. You tank more than you focus on damage more uptime, so it would help those who struggle. I don't think it's gonna stop the complaints, is my main worry. It's like, again, were you ever getting hit by Drill? Like, do people actually get hit by Drill? They do? Are they afraid of the water? Still? Or, like, moving forward? We're supposed to move around? Oh, point taken. We'll get more chaos levels with the next DLC or sometime soon. Hey, Wester, cool. So the thing with that is, I hope if we get more chaos levels, that no new gear is introduced. Oh, that menu doesn't work in here. I hope it's just like levels that serve the purpose of providing more elective difficulty and increasing people's rates at getting ascended gear. Now, the thing with that is if you increase ascended drop rates on those additional optional levels, then there's going to be the same people who cannot swallow their pride and lower their difficulty level, complaining for the hardest ones to get nerfed instead of them doing it themselves in their game. So that would happen. I would be annoyed at that, but I, as a player who likes more challenge, I would welcome having additional difficulty levels for me to tackle, and making ascended gear a little bigger slice of the drop pie. I think most people would like that. I would particularly like if more chaos levels lowered the chance for non-chaotic gear further. So it made it so it's like you don't get those non-chaos tiered items anymore. That'd be nice. Did hit once in 5 fights. Kill Drill before he can hit me. I feel like that's generally how people try to do it. Kill him before he does the attacks that can actually interact with you. Like a moth going to the flame. I see the attack coming, I jump to avoid it, somehow move exactly to where he hits. Movement speed. Movement speed. The stat I'm an absolute slut for. Alright, how hard do you hit? You have to try to get hit. You can take 2 skulls without being health gated. That would have one-shot me. Hey, you eventually got me. Remember what I say all the time about, you know, the power of strafing? He can barely hit you when you're standing still. Literally just, like, press your A or your D key once. And he does not know how to function. Still gonna fucking end you unless you try to spec buffer. I think any build that has, like, decent incidental tank, whether from having a, you know, a good health value, from those skills, like Ascension, or having a good ward, or just having damage reduction from, you know, the old ways and hugging him, I think you can survive a couple of those reasonably without being intentionally tanky. Like, this build is intentionally tanky. It's not top end, but it's intentionally tanky. 26k HP, remember base is like 4. It's just so... It's so foreign to me not having some sort of defensive something in your build. I realize glass cannon, like trap scaling gun builds, you know, you're running around with very little wards, if not none, and low value HP, but like, you can change that. You can also just change that yourself. I just don't like the idea that defensive stats are being shifted from being necessary to completely unnecessary. Like, I don't need half the tank I have right now, and I liked needing that. I don't know. No defense, but defense is to kill spells before they attack. Yeah, that's something I always liked about sacrificing defense for offense. Meant that you had to truly have enough offense out of that trade to kill before the mechanics mattered to you. That was fine to me. But now it's like, you don't need either? I don't know. Maybe I'm pessimistic right now. I just... Even with this tanky build, I had to pay attention during bosses. I no longer have to look at my screen during bosses. And there are builds that can get way more effective survivability than this. Way more. And I don't have a way to make enemies do more damage. This is on Intense. This is on Intense Chaos 50. And these mobs are hitting harder than bosses. I don't like it. I do not like the change. It's my subjective opinion. Where will the Bordercast stream be? Official Borderlands channel. For the Wondercast. Excuse me. Blindfolded boss rush 1. If I knew the boss music themes better, I could do that. Time nerf Sanguine, now the bosses don't do damage. People would be so upset. Like, Zomboss couldn't get through my ward. With me lighting myself on fire, Zomboss takes that two-handed swing and, like... I just think we can drop a bit of survivability. Yeah, son, we probably can. Like, what does Barbara have for this? It's pretty much the same for tank. You could probably take less Constitution and go into Dex more for crit chance for Barbara. Even at a point where unyielding might not be necessary, just switch that for more damage. Put me in, coach. Takeaway here is that I do not want the peak of this game to be easier than it was. It is now easier than it was. And while that can be presented as a change for people who are gearing up, that should not affect the maximum. You do not need to make difficulty 153 easier because people on difficulty 20 are having a problem. That's not how those decisions should work. Because I can't put it back to how it was. To give us Chaos 60 and you could, and then the same people would complain that Chaos 60 was too hard. It would just be a cycle. It's a circle. I mean, cycle. Fuck. Alright, Paramore's in my head. But yes, Chaos 60 is something I have a vested interest in now, because I personally am not feeling challenged on this build by bosses. Even taking curses won't give them their damage back. Paramore being stuck in the head's a good thing. That's true. Like, taking curses will nerf me. Won't make them stronger. Really, game? Like, really? Really? What's your opinion to be on higher cast levels that had cast level exclusive items? I think exclusive items would be a mistake because it would make people feel even more trapped in playing on a higher difficulty than they're prepared for. Like, if there's a cool item you want to build around, but you have to be on the maximum difficulty or anywhere close, then people are going to feel like those options aren't optional anymore. And that happened with Mayhem exclusive items in Borderlands 3. We had people complaining for the higher Mayhems to be nerfed because there were items locked behind Mayhem 6 and Mayhem 4, which were not even at the max. BL2 had the same problem with certain pearls being locked behind things, so people who couldn't handle that advocated for the ceiling to be brought down to them. I think locking any sort of gear or gameplay behind a difficulty level is a mistake, because then it makes it not elective. The only way an elective difficulty system works is if it's purely for your enjoyment, or nearly purely in the case of intense difficulty giving you more moon orbs and money, which is minor enough to let it slide. Storm Surge build 1, when it does damage. New curse idea, double boss damage chaos modifier. I want a faster enemies modifier. If the boss is going to do half the damage it did, give us a modifier that makes the bosses attack twice as fast. Idea behind 60 is that there's no tier, gives less fuel to feeling forced to play it argument. You know they're going to argue that if the ascended drop rates are even 0.5% higher, even 0.1% higher, because it's 0.99 right now, they're gonna be like, well, I want the best drop rates for Ascended, so I have to play that. They're gonna do it. And considering there's people running around asking for Chaos 50 to be removed from the game, like, what does that do for them? Nothing, but big numbers, so they have to focus on it. There's no way to present it without those people acting out. Uncap's the only answer. Uncapped would be, I think, the best way to please the most people. Personally. But, yeah, I do support Lazy's model for higher chaos tiers in the future, hypothetically. And today has kind of just cemented that even more. I want more. More difficulty options. Options. More options for more players is always a good thing. Welcome back, Dill. What are we uncapping? I'm a fan of less restrictions. Chaos tiers. Give us more choices. Basically what they did today, Yasha, was they made the base game bosses, as in the non-DLC ones, not including raid bosses, they made them significantly easier, because they all just do half damage now. And that keeps some attacks in a position where they're relevant, but it makes some attacks with even a mildly tanky build, you can just face Nick. And something I've been on record as liking about Wonderland's boss design the entire life of the game is that the bosses are not face rolls like Borderlands bosses are. We're now not... That's not as true. So, if I want that gameplay restored to me, a good way of doing that is giving more optional difficulty that makes the bosses do damage again. All he asks is that if chaos levels are raised, then the number of trials you can skip needs to increase. So the way it was done with Greater Rift tiers in Diablo 3 is if you cleared one without dying and did it like a certain threshold faster than like the expected time, you would unlock more levels. So instead of unlocking like 1, you'd unlock maybe 4. So depending on your performance, it would give you more tiers. I don't know how well that would translate here, but I figure it'd be relevant to bring up. See, I no longer have to plan around Waster's attacks. With this build before, I would not be able to take more than 1. Now he just cannot kill me. I am subhuman. Dante theme. Devil May Cry 5, stuck in your head. You're welcome. Counterpoint to your point about not having Chaos level exclusive gear, isn't Ascended technically Chaos exclusive gear? No, because it's not mechanically new for Hilio. It is simply more stats on the same thing. Something being locked behind Chaos tiers would be if, say, the liquid cooling only dropped at C50. That would be something that you mechanically cannot get below that, so you are forced if you want to use that gun. But getting a White Rider at Ascended and a White Rider at Chaotic, it's the same item, it just the stats are higher, because enemy health is higher, enemy damage is higher, etc. It's the same item. And remember, you are proportionally weaker at full Ascended gear at C50 in most builds. You're proportionally weaker at full Ascended gear at C50 than you are at full Primordial at C35, and you're proportionally weaker there than you are at full Volatile at C20, because enemy health goes up more sharply. Now, there are exceptions to this, because funky scaling stuff with, you know, everything associated with spell conversion and that whole nonsense, but... If they feel obligated, they gotta check their ego. Getting a Lands game fan to check their ego is literally impossible, Conman. It will never happen. On Outriders, I'm stuck on APOC 11 on my Devastator. Any tips? Is your problem your damage output or your survivability? Still. Well, since I made a new character, how long has there been a best for section with class icons allocating your hero points? I'm not sure what the question is. Nullify or Outdam Dial? Let's go Nullify. The max for Diablo 3 is 5 at a time, given the number of chaos levels much lower than the Greater Rift tiers. I think 5 may be extreme, having to do 30 plus trials for a new character feels excessive. Yeah. Like, 5 at a time, and there's 150 Greater Rift tiers. If there were, say, 100 chaos levels, going up, hell, even as high as 4 at a time, seems reasonable. Bit of both. Should I farm on APOC 10 to improve gear mods? I would recommend dropping down until you can comfortably farm, and that'll let you build up a bunch of resources. Make sure all your stuff is on level. You do get flat bonuses to a couple stats for having all of your gear be on your max available gear level, average-wise. I think they're waiting till DLC 4 to nerf DLC boss damage. I don't know if they even want to budge on changing anything about DLC bosses at this point, because there's more that should change about those bosses than things that shouldn't change about those bosses. And they have not changed them in any capacity ever. HOTFIX makes me sad. I'm not quite thrilled with it. I like the Dreadwind change. That's sick. And the feature is cool. Amnesia in the Vendor is quite nice. But I don't like the enemy damage change. It removed gameplay for me. What class would you recommend for someone that loves companions? How much are we stretching your definition of companion, Brexton? The class either way is, the first one's going to be Graveborn, but your second class kind of depends. Definitely Graveborn, but the second one is a little bit of a question mark. Would you consider just the pets that are always there, or would you also consider summoned pets, such as from guns and spells? My pet's always there. The Clawbringer's Wyvern is the strongest of those three. And Graveborn as a class does the most to boost companions in general. So I would say if you're trying to maximize a class feat pet, you'd be going for Gloombringer. That would be Graveborn Clawbringer. Now that's going to be a very gear dependent and very passive playstyle. I do not know how well it holds up at Chaos 50, but it does very well in the early game, and you can make it work pretty efficiently up through like Chaos 20-ish. I haven't tried it with more current gear or anything, so I don't know how it holds up past that point. I feel like Armor Ring and Amulet Bunnies have the worst legendary drop rates. Confirmation bias. Those are the slots with the most individual part variants, so not getting legendary at all is just kind of more annoying for them. Not that, now at the hero point section and character creation, and like a strength, you have description, strength, and measure. Not at that you have best for Clawbringer, Berserker, Master. Oh wait, they tell you like a best thing? Huh. I don't remember that being a thing either. Well yeah, it's not accurate because strength is best for everyone. So like, yeah. It seems like SMG Bunny. For me, melee weapons just give me the worst luck. I've had boss runs where I got like 2 legendaries from 6,000 crystals, and I'm like, oh, okay. And when I do get melee weapons, legendaries from the bunnies, it seems to be disproportionately Storm Surges and Mage Staffs. Put in one on the channel? Cool. Yeah, you can just do that to Banshee very easily now. That used to require more damage, but now she kills you slow enough that you have time. And goes the last part about notes with enemies. I think it was just more explanation of the first point. Over-explanation, arguably. Convinced Sword Explosion, any element removed from my loot pool. I went several weeks without finding a single fire sawmill, of like using all my crystals on the Sniper Bunny at C20. I went a few weeks without seeing a single fire sawmill. Sometimes a drop just eludes you. Mage Staff, Storm Surges, and Hiltless Banshees. Sounds like a punk band. Or punk band's album. Made it so hard to get damage out of the Grave class. Graveborn isn't super well suited to gun builds. That would be like the one. But for anything with spellcasting or companions, Graveborn is very, very strong. Freezicles is out here being more of a boss than the actual major bosses now. I think there's multiple Obelisk bosses that are now more threatening than full bosses. Particularly, Freezicles and Pigwort are now, like... You pay attention to those. Which is good for them. But, like... Add Magic Splotch and Arrows Wyvern. Arrows Wyvern would make so many people mad, and I'm kind of here for it. They know Bernadette's immune to lightning? Huh, neat. I didn't know that either. Man, lightning is an element. Why do so many things just resist it in this game? Weird. Salt and Battery any good? Yes, Salt and Battery is one of the strongest individual items in the game. It has a claim to being just the highest DPS swinging melee weapon. It is up there with the likes of Banshee, Pickaxe. It's between those three for situationally best swinging DPS. Salt and Battery is crazy good. To the point where calling it power creep in DLC would be fair. Salt and Battery higher DPS in the game. Banshee has range. So, like, in this situation, Banshee could be more DPS. Now, I'm swinging slower, and if they group up to where the Dagger Storms would be, Salt and Battery would win. That's a Salt and Battery. It doesn't go as far as Banshee. But would I say, pound for pound, Salt and Battery is better? Yeah, I would. I would say it's better. I just tend to prefer Banshee for Executioner's Blade purposes, because I like doing both. Goes further, it's just less accurate. It's good to know. If you had to pick a best melee weapon in the game, it would definitely be either Salt and Battery or Spellblade, depending on what your definition of best is. But I prefer to go by like a top 5 model, because best is hard enough to quantify. Hey Festus, how you doing? Theodore? I forgot I did him on this one. Fuck you, lazy. Don't judge me. I need spell rings. Where's my spell rings? Do my spell rings suck this bad? Holy shit, they do. Ugh. 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 Stavomatic, it's Theodore in the Chaos Chamber. I'm justified. I need better spell rings. I guess we're hitting the ring bunny on this run. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Saw someone suggest a toggle for having DLC boss in Chaos Chamber. Would be cool. I'd be on board with that. I should switch it from the shadows as well, but like I've switched enough pieces for this. I don't want to do more. Fuck you. Come on, Theodore, you don't have health. Move it along. How's everyone's day? What farming goals do you guys have for the week? Where am I? I blend. Understandable. Ouch. Try to farm a good sword explosion, keep getting non-elemental. Non-elemental can still be useful because the item's just so ridiculously powerful. Honestly, for your sanity, you can just take one of those and go. It's gonna be good enough. New question, can you explain Healthgate? Sure, Milk Lizard. So, every lands game has had this mechanic where as long as you are above 50% of your HP, one single instance of damage cannot kill you. It will take you to Healthgate, which means it'll put you in a state where you have a very small portion of your health remaining, but you have temporary invulnerability. And this gives you enough time to heal. And if you get back above 50%, you get your health gate back. So this is why healing and lifesteal have been so historically effective in lands games, because as long as you're able to keep yourself above 50%, as long as it's one single hit, you can't die. Now, if it's multiple hits over longer than about half a second window, that can kill you. If it's status effects, that can still kill you. but one hit can't. So that's why, that's the main trade-off with using something like a Deathless armor, because if you reserve your health at 1, you are permanently below 50%, meaning you don't get health gain. So things become able to one-shot you. So that is why someone with a max of 2,000 health and 0 wards is tankier than someone with 10,000 wards and 1 health. Because health gain. Now that is not universally true, but against single instances of incoming damage, that tends to be true. Amnesia Vendor gonna break my heart this week? True. Ow, Theodore. Ow. I'm upset. Okay. No more dicking around. See, this guy still hits like a truck when he actually hits. Literally just starting to learn farming. Hey, welcome in. What's the gimmick with Krauser? When you shoot an enemy, they get confused and like all lovey and shit, and it'll make enemies fight among themselves. It's an aggro redirection tool. Very powerful. Indirect survivability. Next one to do something about getting one shot. Explanation conditions is great. Yeah, happy to do it. It's quite challenging. It's because this build is not equipped for Fyodor. Like, this build is strong, but Fyodor presents conditions that this build is not really prepared for. Which is an unfortunate side effect. Also, my spell rings suck. It's an unfortunate side effect of I converted this from another save that had already done Fyodor. So, warp. Goal is to save up a ton of gold or a good amnesia on my Bereaver and possibly get to Chaos 35s and get a primordial. Nice. Yeah, they've been giving us lots of ways to get money lately. I made about 130 mil in the last week just on this character. And then I made on the other one, I made about 450. So, we didn't hit that goal of $1 billion, but we did get over halfway there, so that's cool. Berserker to level 40 cast 50 and get the gear, best gear for it. Nice. How you doing, Pointy Toes? In a spell shotgun build, does boosting high threat count makes sense? Does the buff one slot one kill? It does. Boosting high threat count just gives you a lot of benefits. You will get more benefit out of anything that looks at your total spell weaving stack. So that'll be Warcaster, just warming up, one slot, one kill, spell weaving, and then you get all associated benefits you would get from just having the extra stacks. That includes just the base spell damage from another spell weaving stack. So extra points and high thread count just kind of make Spellshot better at everything that Spellshot does. Now, I don't know offhand whether that's more or less beneficial than boosting Magic Bullets post-Magic Bullets change. I would hazard a guess in a vacuum that high thread count is probably slightly more valuable than Magic Bullets armor now. But that would be my guess. Yeah, what's happening? Donk raid? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How's everybody doing? K6, thank you so much for the huge raid. The Donk man himself. I'm not seeing enough donks. I'm seeing a deficiency of donks. We need more donks. Come on. I know you got them. Whip them out. UVHM reset playthrough is fun. You know, I've been considering, with some of the cool mods I've seen lately, like the movement stuff in particular. Oh, by the way, I should introduce myself. Hi, if you guys don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in Lands games, playing mostly Wonderlands right now. A lot of BL3. I'm a big BL3 fan as well. But I've been considering doing like a heavily modded BL2 with a lot of movement stuff. Maybe doing some UVHM, probably like OP0, because that's just better balanced. Did a vanilla after multiple day one crashes with mods. It's still that update made mods unstable, right? That's the thing. That's unfortunate. OP levels screw OP levels. Yeah, OP levels. Unlike Chaos tiers, they're a lot less optional. But you still have to opt out of them for enjoyment. Not a huge fan of that. OP0 though. We were actually talking about, I'd love to get feedback from you guys. So K6 has famously on Twitter gotten a lot of feedback on what people's favorite bosses are. Because I had some rough time with some bosses in this game. What are your least favorite bosses across all the games? I'm getting a better sample size because you guys are already here. While we talk about this, I'm going to keep doing some boss runs. We're testing out. Today in Wonderlands, what they did was they cut specifically boss damage of all base game bosses in half. This does not include DLC bosses, this does not include raid bosses. So, my Dreadwind build is just kind of able to face tank everything now. I don't love it, but let's see. G, Dexy, Borak, Wastard after he visits the bird store. So Wastard is kind of interesting now. Hopefully we can get him so I can show that off. You have a lot more leeway to deal with Wastard's bird now because he just kind of doesn't hurt much anymore. Like, you know how his Purple Nova would just sort of one-shot you? It doesn't do that anymore if you have decent health. So if you pad out that health stat, it gives you more time to work with him. Dexy. For me, it's Imelda. I do not stan Imelda. How it changes overall? The game feels easier. If you were in a situation where enemy damage was causing you trouble, specifically boss damage, if boss damage was giving you a hard time, the game will feel better to you. But it's important to know that they only changed boss damage. If regular mobs and even obelisk bosses like Tonhammer were giving you a hard time, that didn't change. Cat, what are you doing? Rack Hive? Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. Cat. Other stuff they changed. One really neat, it's a tiny thing that's might be a little confusing to read at first. So this action skill, Dreadwind, you can cancel it early when you hit the button. Before today, there was a bit of a delay in response time. You couldn't cancel it like right away. It had to go for a little bit. I guess your Fate Maker got too dizzy or something. But today, they made it a little more responsive. You can cancel it a lot faster, which is really nice because you get duration refunded when you hit Dreadwind. So, not something that affects a huge amount of the player base, but because I have an unhealthy obsession with melee and everything related to it in this game, it was real nice for me. I'm enjoying that. And as you can see, melee is pretty good. So a little quick Dreadwind spin. Never enjoyed Dragonlord. Dragonlord's one of those fights that in the moment is great. He gets a little tedious to deal with. Like, if I'm doing a boss run, just trying to chill out and talk to you guys. Boss run, by the way, one of the best additions to this game. It's so fun. Dragonlord's kind of tedious. He's probably the one I want to see least other than DLC bosses. Graveborn Stabmancer build good? Absolutely can be. You can make good builds for any multi-class combo in this game, Dark Sword. You can make some flavor of each multi-class work. Well, the boss rush, want that in BL3? I think that'd be really cool. Just a boss gauntlet in BL3. I would want some of the bosses to be left out, like Warden would be pretty tedious, because he's just, hey, immune phase, immune phase, immune phase, immune phase. But there's a lot of bosses in BL3 I would love to fight back to back. Some of my favorite mods for BL3 actually are replacing basic enemies with bosses. Have you guys ever played a Slaughter 3000, but where every single enemy is replaced by a boss? So you've got like 2 kilovolts over here, and then you've got some DLC 3 bosses like Quartermaster over there, and you're fighting them all at once. It's a good time. I recommend it. Anything new in Wonderlands? They swapped out the featured run today. They did a little bug fix to Dreadwind, made it a little more palatable to use. They cut boss damage today, so if you're having problems with that, that's now lower. But for the most part, just a small hotfix today. Mostly housekeeping. Savage Devil. Is mod still best mod? True. Go wait for a new class. I'm hopeful that us not having a lot of info right now is an indication of them taking their time. Because whether you liked the first 3 DLCs for Wonderlands or not, I think more people liked the third one than the first 2, would be fair to say. Regardless of how you feel, I think it's fair to say the general perception is people want them to take their time and ensure quality. So if that's what's happening with DLC 4, I'm all for it. Whether that's for the mirror attached or the class, I want them to take their time. I know the hype is real. This is... we haven't gotten a new class in a long time in Lands games. Like, in BL3, we got new trees for each character, which was great and functionally kind of the same. But it wasn't entirely new. It's just expansions of what we had. This is the first time since TPS that we've gotten an entirely new class. So hype is real. I want it to be done well. Thick Woden, best Woden, real. Is new class basically just new tree? Yeah, it is. Functionally, a class is a skill tree and a feat and 2 action skills, which is not dissimilar from how Purple Tree and BL3 worked. It's just the marketing is different, the presentation is different, and that comes in the multi-class system in this game as well, where each class is 1 tree. But you do have the class feat, you do have armor combinations, you have 2 action skills per, so it's enough to be meaningfully different. Hey Beaver, thanks for taking care of K6, I appreciate it. It means a lot, thank you. Purple stuff didn't kill you? Yeah. I use the purple stuff to do more damage. Have a nice face. So this armor I have on right now, it's a selective amnesia. The thing that makes this good is it takes, for 3 seconds after you take damage, lights you on fire, but we don't care about that, but it's just like, fine, whatever. Nice smell as we play. It takes your movement speed stat and just plops it in your global damage formula category. So you see this movement speed here, and you see this, where is it? This damage dealt stat given by this enchant. It takes your movement speed and just turns it 1-to-1 into damage when you're on fire from this. This even includes the 20% that the effect itself gives you. It includes the 33% on the armor, includes what I get from myth rank, includes what I get from my skill tree. So basically, I step in Drill's spicy bathwater for a second, and it gives me 150% damage. I may as well use it. Reason I want to do a Graveborn Stabmancer is because of the high lifesteal from Graveborn combined with the critical hit bonus from Stabmancer. So, a couple things with that. Graveborn, well, this game doesn't have lifesteal in the same way you might be used to it from, say, Borderlands. This game has more direct healing, and it's got dark magic, which isn't quite lifesteal. I personally think the dark magic is much better designed than lifesteal. It's one of the improvements to the core gameplay that came along with this game. But Graveborn is extremely powerful in all things survivability. You get a big health bar, you get lots of healing, lots of ways to heal, and just good passive damage bonuses. And then Stabmancer doesn't actually have a lot going for it skill tree wise outside of the action skills and the dots, but you can use Graveborn to kind of make up for Stabo's weaknesses, and they do synergize well together. So, good choice. Oh, if you want the armor I just talked about that's giving me ridiculous damage and movement speed just for taking damage, it is the featured item in the vending machine this week. So any Chaos Chamber run you do, when you get to this middle vendor, it's guaranteed to have one of those. So, good time to get them. It's my personal favorite armor in the game. Scented Body Room with Berserker enchant. I do play a lot Pragmatic. Graveborn Stabo with Spellblade and Stabomatic makes sense. Yes. It would make a lot of sense. Graveborn has the second most spell damage in the game, behind Spellshot. So it's similarly good with applying that damage to the Spellblade, which will apply to melee. And Stabomancer, the big thing in Stabomancer's wheelhouse is stabbing. Alchemical Agent is probably my favorite skill in the entire game, just because you can take a big melee hit and make a big dot. And you've got supportive skills for it, like Contagion and Exploit Their Weakness and Potent Poisons. So, yes, big vouch. I'll try Grave and Claw now. I'm looking into making a Grave Claw Spellcaster build, Tom Nasty, because it's kind of breaking the mold a bit. Most people, for a pure caster build, will put in Spellshot because it's just the best at it. But I like proving weird points and showcasing options, so I'm kind of in the process passively for farming for some gear. To make a Grave Claw Spellcaster build. I haven't quite gotten the armor that I want for that yet, though. I think I know what I'm doing tomorrow. Haven't touched Wonderlands for a bit. Hey, there's been subtle changes here and there for a while. Wow. Anyone who thinks bunnies are always too rewarding, we did all that and got one legendary. It is not always the case. Yikes. Yeah, Wonderland's been getting quality of life touches. There's, of course, some outstanding stuff that I think we'd all like to see changed, but for the most part, game's been on an upwards trend. Hoping for bigger things, hoping for some big quality of life improvements and balance changes with the patch whenever that happens, but little bits here and there. Little bug fixes, little tweaks. If you haven't played in a bit, the game will feel better. Used to hard farming items, good old Final Fantasy 11 days. It's been cool to see people recognizing that part variance creates difficult farming. You guys have been enjoying the triple revolter farming over in BO3 lately, right? I've seen a few of our friends in the community farming for that. That's an example of how part variance creates farms, and it does it. One of the earliest examples of that is people like the 94 Sham farm. Well, in more modern Lands games, Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands, most items are 94 Sham or harder. Most. So if you want to set out to get something real specific, you can. Update come out for Steam yet? I haven't noticed it. The update was just a hotfix, so it's not something you have to download, Limitless. It's already been in effect for an hour and 51 minutes now. Just a tiny update today. We haven't gotten the new class yet, just a small update. I think Twin Soul is a good melee weapon. Twin Soul is great. Twin Soul is the fastest swinging melee weapon in the entire game. It's got good crit stats, can roll in any element, and it's really flexible because it can roll 2 hilt knots. It always rolls 2 hilt knots. And you can get 2 effects that really help you out. Let's say you want to survive better, you can get a vampire one. If you want better action skill cooldown in the process, you can get a vampire and an ancient one. Twin Soul is great. Stream coming at 11. I don't know what time zone you're in, but in about 8 minutes, I believe the Wondercast is going to be on. I do plan on ending to go watch that. So once they're live, I'll be ending my stream. Come on. Come on, get down here. You roll double vamp? No, no. You can roll any combination of the 8 different health pods. No repeats, though. Interestingly, there is an item in the game that has double vamp, and that is the body spray. The body spray is an axe. Yes, that's the joke. It's an axe that has a unique effect that if you are hitting an enemy with a status effect on them, you actually get double the effect of Vampire. Does also smell like shit. Maybe. Get one shot by that attack. Well, I've built a lot of defensive stats into this build, Mr. I'm So Smart, so I don't get one shot by very many attacks at all. But additionally, today, they did cut the damage of all 12 base game bosses in half. So, a lot of attacks that were able to one-shot you before can't now. Hey Viper, welcome back. Primordial Amalgam. 2 awe, melee crit chance, all damage, spell damage. That's like pretty good. Actually, this might be really good for my my hammer throwing build that I debuted today. Has less nimble fingers, but it did roll the spell damage passive to make up for that. I'm gonna pick that up. Be good. Spinning and winning, you know it. They made Dreadwind easier to cancel, Viper. Spin to win, exactly. So Dreadwind got a little quality of life buff today. Hit me, Parasite? No? I don't feel like it? Fine. Kill you anyway. I love Dreadwind. It's so strong. Whatever cancel spin? Yeah, to get the next win faster. That's just math. Got a meeting at 2, so I gotta meet you. Thanks for a great stream. I'll be ending then anyway, Foster. But, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Dreadwind's sometimes doing dramatically more damage than we did. You know, this would happen. I've been tempting fate. I deserve this. I deserve this. I deserve this. Hey, Pris. Build looks really good. Upgrades you looking for? Just min-maxing at this point? For the most part, min-maxing. Every once in a while, I'll get inspiration and, like, try something different in the builds. There's a few avenues you can take this. I can go over the full spec and everything for you. Easiest Imelda phase? Yeah, it's because Executioner's Blade. That's the entirety of why we have this is for Imelda and, like, Bernadette. Why is Imelda an issue again? Because I have to switch action skills and I don't want to. And Outriders news filter through? Yeah, I'm excited to actually test some stuff first. Looking forward to getting into it. Cry Imelda emote when? Never. So in terms of stuff I'm looking out for an upgrade for, a Dragoon Master, I would prefer an Ascended Banshee, obviously. That's kind of a pipe dream. I've gotten 2 Ascended Banshees so far. Neither one would be a fit for this build. So that'd be an upgrade. My rings are kind of like... The health above 50% condition isn't bad, but I prefer a better one. And these could be slightly improved. My armor, I don't love it having Blast Chill. I would prefer the Burst Stabbo combo, so I could get some extra crit chance out of the Stabbo power, and some slightly more beneficial skills, because Blast Chill doesn't do anything for my Dreadwind, but the passes on this are just too good to give up. My spell doesn't really matter. My amulet's long-term upgrade, so I'm mostly just fine-tuning the little bits, the little pieces. But skill tree-wise, we take Berserker Tree all the way down to Relentless Rage. This is mostly survivability stuff. The primary reason Berserker Tree is here is to give us Dreadwind and Unarmored Defense, because this makes us super tanky. And then Stabomancer Tree. Alchemical Agent is just my favorite skill. Lets you do huge damage with anything melee because it applies a bunch of strong dots. Dreadwind is 4 strong melee hits per second, so you get a lot of strong dots. Yes, this tree, the Cursed Tree. It's not as cursed as my Hammer Throw Tree, Viper. For that, I take 1 point of Arsenal. Executioner's Blades for ranged enemies. Then hero points wise, we max out crit damage, max out status damage for stronger dots, and then we put the remainder in Constitution for a big ol' health bar. Look at that. Big health bar. Since survivability isn't necessary anymore, you can invest more in Stabbo Tree. Yeah, I might move some of the points around now that bosses don't really do damage. Pyro peak damage is about 40% of what it was. I'm still fine, but definite tweaking will happen. Why does Sigil feel stronger than Buffmeister? Because you feel less dirty. Also, it heals you. So is Wondercast live yet? No, Pris, stop it. Waiting for that there Wondercast. Thundercats? No. No. I'll hit the bunnies. Quag Pain. How about Quag Karen? Quag Mad with a blonde wig. Yes, I'm bringing that one back. Gearbox official channel. Gearbox official channel. Yeah. There we go. That makes sense, because Wonderland's not Borderlands. But the game's too one-hitty. I feel like no matter how I build, I can shred it a health gate all the time. I don't feel like that at all, Dragoon Master. In fact, this build is a great example of how you can avoid that. Because let's count the number of defensive skills I have in my tree. Unyielding is 1. The Old Ways is 2. Cold Snap is 3, because movement speed is good defense. Unarmored Defense is 4. Blood Frenzy is 5. Relentless Rage is 6. Elusive is 7. And Haste is move speed, so that's 8. I have 8 defensive skills, and in my hero points, one of the 3 I invested in is the purely defensive one. So, if you take some defensive stats, a little bit here, a little bit there, and assist it with a little bit of gear. Sigils block enemy projectiles. Fortifying Sigils heal you while you're in them. Body Rune heals you when you get a kill. Harbinger, every time I activate my Dreadwind, I'm getting wards back. Putting all of that together makes enemies no longer able to do that much damage, as long as you are also putting in the work to minimize the amount of times they're hitting you. But if you felt like before today, damage was too high, note that boss damage went down today. They cut boss damage in half. So if it was bosses giving you trouble, it should feel better. Starting soon is up. Cool. Let's... I want to play my Deathless Stock and snap and have something breathe on me. That should be better now. Most enemies can't do that, although. I actually played... my main melee build was Deathless before C50, and briefly at C50 I was still messing with it. Only, like, elite trolls and the blunderbuss goblins could actually kill me. Do they have raids enabled? Okay, yeah, we're gonna head over to the Gearbox official channel, where they're doing the Wondercast. So hopefully we get some cool insight into what they got planned for the game going forward. Our friend Lazy Data is gonna be a guest on there. So let's support him as well, and Gearbox and all that good stuff. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you enjoy the show. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to grab a snack before they start, hopefully. But I'll see you there. Thanks again, everyone. Bye-bye.